Hello. Sound check. Hello. Just checking the sound. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hi, you guys. Finton here. Ready for a Cash King special edition live from King's Casino. And Squetchy, how are you, sir? Please let me know, guys and girls. Let me know if that sound is good. Very quiet. Okay, how are we fixed there now? Background noise will come on in about two minutes. Just checking my own sound. It's going to be a 200, 200, 400. You can see Cash King's PLO 100, 200 advertised. However, the 6 players, 6 confirmed players, and they have increased the stakes. They've agreed to bump it up to 200, 200, 400. And we have a interesting lineup. We're looking at Jan Peter Jochman buying in for 20,000. What a roller coaster Jan Peter had last week when we brought you the special edition. And you can see Wolf taking his seat on the left hand side, the highly successful French businessman. We're going to be 6-handed here. Wolf has bought in for 30,000.
Hello, ladies.
Expect plenty of action.
You play 200, 400,
You can see on the very right hand side of your screen, that is Renato from Bosnia-Herzegovina. Business tycoon. We're just waiting for Dawood, which is John Jenna from Sweden. We also have the pleasure of watching Yusef Kurt from Vienna, the owner of the Bond Casino, well used to high stakes cash action. That's John Jenna, you can see in the sports jacket, just texting his fans and followers that the game is about to start. John Jenna has bought in for 50,000 and he is certainly one to watch here. Extremely crafty. First on the scene for a couple of years, probably about 10 years ago, played several tournaments on the circuit. And switched then to cash games, but hugely successful businessman, John Jenna from Sweden. That's Jan Peter Jochman. And in all honesty, probably the only professional poker player in this six max lineup. Jan Peter just explaining to the dealer that the stakes have been raised. It was advertised as a 100, 100, 200. You can understand the dealer looking for the 100, 100, 200 blinds. That's the information she has. So she calls the floor just to verify that it's a 2-2-4 game. And that is the empty seat of Josef. And you can just see him taking a seat. This guy is a character. Another player to watch out for. And Kurt is based in Vienna, Austria, on the scene for quite a while. He's been playing PLO for quite some time, this guy. He is certainly very capable. And we're watching Renato here, who has turned a set and the diamonds. So he has the diamond flush draw with his top set and his good shot straight. We cannot see John Jenna's cards. He has position. The pot here already over 10,000.
Welcome to the table.
Renato from Bosnia-Herzegovina shows, I think there was a river, I think he river quads there.
Renato's fish, Abba.
Let me get this volume right, guys. Just let me know how that is. Please let me know if the volume is good. So we have 5 of 6. And Jan Peter just putting in a special offer to the Master Chef. We will be with you for the next 4 hours, I believe, minimum. Blinds are 200, 200, 400. There's approximately 200,000 out there. This will quickly escalate as the game develops. And for our regular viewers who have witnessed these special edition cash game games, they really do provide high entertainment, and Kurt has flopped the second nut diamond with John Jenna. Still in this with his straight draw, and Kurt bets out his made hand. He has the second nuts. Well, actually there's a straight flush now comes to that 4 of diamonds, and John Jenna has a blocker to the straight flush. And will that motivate him to try and make a play for this pot? But Josef Kurt makes it 6,500. John Jenna with the straight to the 8. Surely realizes he's not good here.
Maybe bluff.
And lays it down, and plenty of action going to come from these two guys. Josef taking down pot number 3. Scheduled to play 100 hands here. Volume low, okay. And Jaxie in the house. So very welcome, Jaxie. Great to have you on board. Jack is there, volume low. Let me suss this out, lads. I'm going to sort this out straight away. So just let me know, is that any better, guys? We're going to try and get it perfect because we're going to be here for several hours. By the way, we have some real exciting streams lined up over the next 5 or 6 weeks. We're smack bang in the middle of the WSOP circuit, and Kurt has flopped the nut straight here. And Renato on the button has flopped a monster hand. He has the nut diamonds to go along with the bottom set. So you're going to see action here. Renato has position. He has the diamond draw, the nut diamond draw. The 5 doesn't change anything. Kurt here with the nut straight. He checks it here. It's an interesting move. He picked up, I think the chip just fell over, the 5,000 chip. And Renato says, go on. So this is going to be interesting what
No, I play like this.
Kurt does.
Think I want 2,000 play.
Now Kurt has also
Hey,
turned a spade draw to go along with his nut straight, and I think Renato will go with this. It's the nut diamonds and a set,
how much money?
and they do decide to win. Maybe they're discussing running it twice here. I haven't seen Renato run it twice before. 70,000 euro. Renato, a 2-to-1 dog with the spade draw and the set. He's looking for the board to pair, but a jack would have given Kurt a house, but a lower one. And the 7 comes for quads, and they do run it twice.
Okay, 2 times for him. Magni, give 2 times. And you make 2 times?
And the spade completes a clean sweep.
Just a moment. You asked me. You asked me. Interesting.
Strong start here to our PLO special edition cash game, and that is Leon, casino owner, just shaking the hand of Renato, who just lost a pretty big pot there. The flop bottom set, the nut diamonds, Josef Kurt. He really is a character. He is the owner of the Bond Casino in Vienna. Plenty of high stakes cash games. And he's under the gun here with the aces. And it looks like he's limped here, and Leon's going to raise with double suited kings. We're going to see another monster pot, because I really believe that Kurt is going to free bet when it comes back to him. And now Kurt and monster pots here.
First game. First game all in.
Er hatte 20, ja?
25.
First, I'm already all in. Okay, all in.
Oj, 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 game is on.
So it was the Renato who scooped the last pot
No good.
with the
Well, I know.
quads.
1 ace for you, and 1 king for he.
Apologies. And Kurt, who lost both pots, had 25,000 left over.
1 ace for he.
And now he's all in here. Leon with the suited kings, and Renato with the ace king, 9 queen,
And I got a straight. Bravo.
and the king queen for Renato
Nuts. Ace, I help.
gives him the nut straight. Spades come now. Leon picks up the spades to go along with his 2 pair and his good shot straight. Kurt is actually dead at this stage. And now the river comes, the jack, and the jack 9 for the house for Leon, and Leon scoops the full pot. Guys, I have some fantastic news just flowing in all the way from Vegas. Crushed the games over there for the last couple of months. He's back in town, my good friend Eddie Bravo. Eddie, how are you, my friend?
Very fine. Nice to see you.
It's
here.
absolutely great to see you, my friend.
Las Vegas of Czech Republic.
The Las Vegas of the Czech Republic. Our regular listeners will be familiar with Eddie Bravo. You grind quite a lot here, Eddie. I always see you grinding the PLO games.
It's really my home casino here. best place in Europe at the moment to play regular in PLO. So that's why I'm here.
Now, Eddie, that when I came here first a couple of years ago, I used to see you in the 10-10 game mostly. And you don't mind me saying this, but now every time I come, I see you in the 50-50 game. This is good, right?
I mostly play like in 10-10 and 25-24. The 50-50 is not coming that often here.
Yeah.
So it's only to the big event. And yeah, I feel best at the 35-25 game. So that's really my home game.
Just on time I arrived.
Yeah, exactly. It was just the right timing.
Just on time. Just came on time.
Good flow.
Now it's not so. Not so.
Ich fühle mit Yusuf. Hast du wieder Und du warst schon am Turn tot. Unglaublich. Du warst schon tot. Ja, noch minimale Weggebrechung.
Okay, guys, sorry about the sound there. It's perfect now, absolutely perfect. Eddie just came in the room and smashed the whole place up. He sat down and destroyed all the equipment, but our tech team have sorted it straight out.
Yes, it's because of the very big room here.
And of course, that's tongue in cheek. We're in a small little booth, but we're located right behind. There's just one wall separating us and this live stream TV table. You're watching a special edition Cash Kings. Fintan Gavin is my name. That is a 200, 200, 400 PLO game. And right here beside me, we have Eddie Bravo. Eddie, tell us more about the Cash Games here. How are they progressing over the last couple of years in terms of, like, you know, I see a lot of business people coming here now. You know, not so much professionals, but just people coming on a kind of a break to get away from it all.
It really depends on the different tournaments, you know. When you have like the small tournaments, you mostly have like the small cash games as well. And for the bigger events, you have like this kind of player you want to have, you know. You don't want to have like the Eastern European racks in the game.
Absolutely, yeah.
You want to have like these guys who are playing here. Even they play bigger. There are a lot of guys who play 10-10, who are businessmen who just come like playing for joy and everything. And all these guys, this is what I see. They switch from Hold'em to PLO because like they have the feeling that they can win easier than in Hold'em. The Hold'em games are really hard to beat at the moment.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of deceptive too, the PLO, because I mean, even for a complete knob like me, right? I jump in the PLO and I think because I've so many combinations going on, and you know, I think I always have equity in every pot I'm in, you know. So I mean, long term, it's good for the pros though to bring, you know, more people coming into the game, surely. So come here, what's happening here? Renato was dead there at the turn almost.
I mean, he had bottom two and get it in, and he
no redraw, no hearts,
nothing.
Yeah.
And the wolf get it with better to bear with 9-7, or did he get hearts? I didn't see. I couldn't follow so quick. But anyway, he win. And I mean, what we see here is not like the games they're running here.
Sure.
On a regular basis.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys, they really have no fear to put it in, put their stack in with with a pair or whatever.
Of course. I mean, I made a remark earlier on when we started. It's a six max game, Eddie. Okay, and from the six players, I mean, the only professional really at this table I can see is Jan Peter Jachmann. Now, I mean, you could argue Leon Sorkanik. He could be classed as a pro. I mean, he's been playing now a while. He plays the biggest games. He has the experience, but I mean, he's not. He's a businessman. You know what I mean?
What I will say now, I don't get any money from or whatever. I think that Leon really improves his game in PLO. I know him like 7-8 years ago.
Yeah.
It was completely different.
Yeah.
And he really worked on his game, and now he's really able to crush like his games with other businessmen.
Yeah.
And even when he play with guys they can play the game, he's not doing so bad. So
He can hold his own.
Yeah.
Definitely would agree with you there. Absolutely.
I would really say on this table like that Jan Peter is probably the best player.
On paper, definitely, you would expect him to come out on top more
Yes.
often.
And then maybe Leon's second best. And I know
This guy, I mean, the Wolf has really impressed me lately. I mean, I'm telling you, Eddie, from what I've seen, the last few sessions with this guy, he really has impressed me. He's got way more cannier and more selective with his hands. I mean, we had a stream there about 10 days ago.
yes, I followed the stream.
Some fantastic folds. I mean, there was one or two folds he got spot on there, which you wouldn't have seen from him a year or two back. I mean, again, he'd be going the class. He's a businessman having fun. I mean, there was a 5K high roller here last year. It was kind of funny, and I don't think it was a 2-day, and he couldn't play the second day, but he just jumped in the first day, and you know what I mean. He was there for the entertainment or whatever.
You have to say, I mean, when he's playing PLO since maybe 2 years, I don't know how long he's played, but what I see before that he was playing the big Hold'em games.
Yeah.
And PLO, the first time I see it like 1 year ago. And when you play like with a lot of good players, like Jan Peter or other regulars, you improve your game.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
And when you play like this big, you can't spew with the money all the time. I mean, you can do it 1 time, 2 times, but I mean, there is limit too. I don't know like how big of kind of businessman he is, but like everyone has his limits, and 1 time you will not always lose. You will start to win. Poker is competition.
Absolutely.
Even these guys, they have like they see it at competition against each other. Even
it sharpens them up. And I definitely have. I mean, the Wolf is one guy for me who I've seen definitely improve his game immensely. What do you know about John Jenna, Eddie? I've only started watching him in the last couple of months, and I didn't really know much about him. I know he was on. He played tournaments some years back. He played tournaments for a couple of years. And then, I know he's a highly successful businessman. That's what he does, and he does play some of these high stakes games. I guess for entertainment, but he seems to hold himself pretty okay.
Yes, I can say nothing about him. I just saw him at the last stream. First, I saw him like playing the games here.
Yeah.
Before the stream starts, so he was playing the big games all the time. And I can't really say nothing about him. Who I am now, I don't know if you are familiar with him. It's Yusuf Court.
Yusuf, yeah. He's been on the scene for quite a while. I mean,
Yes.
I remember meeting him back in, I don't know, I think it was the Concord back 10 or 15 years ago, But I believe he's his own casino in Vienna. I
Yes.
don't know much about it, the Bond Casino.
The Bond Casino, yes, it's a very small cash game casino. They have like small but big games. A lot of PLO running there. Yes, and I played with him like a couple years ago the first time, so he's really a solid player.
Yes.
And I would say like he know to play the game, and he's really not a dumb player. He plays really smart, and so I expect him here maybe to crush the game if the cards are.
If the cards, if he gets a run
yeah,
at all, yeah,
if he can.
I would agree with you there.
So
We see- yeah.
we have get it in already again,
Yeah,
and Renato have a big draw, so we have a maximum rep with a pair of nines. So 13 outs for the rep and a pair, and he make trips, and he still lose because Leon have a bottom set.
bottom set it turns the our rivers the house. Yeah. Now, one thing I've noticed in some of the PLO games is players undervaluing the power of a monster wrap. You know, I mean, I've seen players fold monster wraps, against the set, and I mean,
Okay.
oh, there's not much in it. Depends how many cards there. What's the combinations they believe that are gone already. But can you talk to me a bit about that, Eddie? Uh, such a familiar confrontation, the monster wrap versus the set and flush draw, for example.
Yeah. So I mean, there are situations that you have top set and you're still behind because when the other guy had like 13 outs I don't. The biggest rep you can have is 20 outs.
20 outs, yeah.
Plus flush draw, so you are big favorite in the hand. And yes, of course, I don't think that people undervalue reps. What I see in the games I play, that they not very often like undervalue reps. They know exactly that these are very powerful hands. But what I see a lot of mistakes is like when they have like the rep to the lowest rate,
The low end,
and
yeah.
they still get
course.
it in. And
Yeah.
this is I think the best way to make money in PLO at the moment, like find the leaks in the player, that they play a lot of bottom sets and draw to the small reps and all this or small straights. I think that's the biggest mistakes the players make at the moment, like in the 5-5 and 10-10 games.
Okay, good one. Good, interesting point that. And if you've just joined us, you're watching a 200, 200, 400 euro. That's real money, guys. We're live from King's Casino, the biggest poker resort in Europe by a long way. And we're smack bang in the middle of the WSOP Circuit Festival that leads to the WSOP Europe. Just let me know, is the sound okay? I'm Fintan Gavin. You're watching the PLO Cash Kings, and right next to me is Eddie Bravo. And it's an absolute pleasure to get an expert Omaha player in here, because I'm sure you're all sick of me making so many mistakes with my commentary on this PLO cash game. So, Eddie, the 50-50 game, you're saying you were just mentioning the when it does run that you tend to jump in. What kind of buy-in typically? Now, obviously, depending on the lineup, that's there. But typically, how many blinds would you like to be buying into a game like that for?
It really depends. When it starts, like I choose like to buy in for the minimum amount. Like this is 2K. At the 25, it's 1K. And later, of course, you want to cover like the bad players when they maybe hit 1 or 2 times and hit like 150 or 200 big blinds. You want to cover them, You see a typical mistake here. Leon have like just a small rep, just a small flush draw, and he will call Yusuf down, and Yusuf, like his range is like really the nuts. I know him. He never would do this with his 8 high or 7 high flush or something like this. And I really like that he bets
continues
again,
there in position.
That he continues and like represent, because this, I mean, the ace is more in this range than in Leon's range, and this is really smart, like to bet there.
There's going to be some interesting dynamics here between the two casino bosses. sitting right next to each other, and they're one thing you mentioned about Leon and how his game has progressed, in your opinion, over the last few years, particularly in the PLO. We were saying, but a huge advantage I always find that someone like Leon, or when I see Rob Young, playing, a huge advantage I think these guys have is they're completely fearless. It's the money is completely not an issue with them.
Scared money is dead money.
Scared money, dead money. Yeah,
and there
yeah,
are
yeah.
definitely not money scared. That's a very interesting hand. So
Yeah.
the wolf have like naked aces here, and he just limps, what I think is a mistake.
Well, he's surely, Eddie. He's limping to catch someone like Leon raising on the button, how he so very often does in position.
I still think that's a mistake. Even they aren't good aces, he should raise them.
Okay.
And the second mistake is like with Kurt. I think he have a clear raise there as well. In the six-handed game where everybody's playing very loose.
Yes.
And the guy who raises is Renato with, I call this hand like double-suited bullshit. I mean, he's connected at the bottom.
He's low. He is the low end, and he does flop. He flops the diamonds, but you can see he's absolutely destroyed by Leon.
That's a big problem with the hands. Like you, 3 or 4 handed, you are always dominated. So he will get now big trouble because
he's
Leon
bet out the 10,000 here.
Yes.
So it's really interesting, and the wolf has the Lone Ranger, has the ace of diamonds, and this might keep him interested.
Yeah.
But wolf gets out of the way, and I mean, a year or two ago you'd see the wolf play that hand, the overpair, but not now.
Yeah.
He really has really improved his PLO skills, and now Renato, and it's all over. It's he's going to continue here. Surely Leon just flats here in position.
I mean, I think Leon lost maybe some value. I think he have their clear raise on the
flop, yeah.
Because he have 2 pair, and he have the flush draw. So it's very unlikely that Renato have like a set of kings there or any set. So he have like insurance with the flush draw, and that's why I think he had raised the flop for sure.
And that's what it's all about, really, Eddie, is getting the money in against your opponent, and you having him dead. You have a combination, you have the backup, you have with your 2 pair, you have the nut flush draw.
Yes. I mean, what a lot of players don't do is they always look in PLO on their own hand, and not really give the other players a range, and this make the difference between the good and the bad players. I think to really know what is the range of my opponent, and in Hold'em the people do it, but in PLO, because the other guys have like 4 cards.
Yeah, and it's endless combinations.
Yeah, but they still have a range.
They still have a range, yeah. And I mean, the more experience a player has, the more they can narrow their opponents down to these ranges. And what have we got here? We have the King 9 Jack. It's the wolf really has killed this. Yeah.
Yeah, he have the
He's the
middle set or bottom
yeah.
set and a gut shot. And the other guys don't really have anything, and he will take down the pot for sure.
So we're just a half an hour into our live stream broadcast, live from King's Casino in the heart of Europe, and I'm joined by Eddie Bravo, my good friend, who is a expert PLO cash player, in my opinion. I hope you don't mind me saying that, Eddie. I might scare away some of your customers.
No, it's okay. I mean, in this game, it's like everybody who have a run could be expert. So everybody is welcome.
We're only half an hour in, Eddie, okay?
Yeah.
And already we're looking at 50, 60k pots. I mean, how it just doesn't happen in real life that often. You
No.
know what I mean? I mean, you can count on one hand the casinos in the world
I
that
mean-
have games running like this.
No, it's really unreal. It's really unreal, and this even not happens in Vegas all the time. When I'm there while the WSOP like for 4 or 5 weeks,
Yeah,
I don't see like big games like this. It's
it's certainly not as
yeah.
soft. in-
I think maybe in Macau, and in Macau I know that they're not playing a lot of PLO, and in PLO probably this on regular basis this is really the biggest game in the world. Maybe there are some games like they are not get streamed or well because there are a lot of businessmen. They maybe want to play big and play bigger like this, and they don't
and
want
they
to
don't
get
want it in
on
public.
on the
Absolutely, yeah.
stream. I don't know about this. I'm not like in the scene where these big games are running, but what I see like at the internet, I don't see any bigger games
I
than this.
totally agree with you. This is certainly the biggest in Europe, and
Okay, they get it in again. Renato have the ace and
Yeah.
up and down, straight draw, and
he gets there.
against Daoud,
No, John Jenna,
John Jenner, and he have what he have, 2 pair.
2 pair wins at aces and 4s. Is it?
No, I think he had aces. Yes, with the queen kicker. So
Yeah.
the kicker play and
Oh, the queen kicker, of course. Yeah, ace and 4s with the queen.
I mean he had,
He had the
really
clubs.
good hands.
Yeah, he had the clubs, and even
He
though
can make a straight. and
Renato,
he-
Renato had the up and down with his 2 pair worst kicker. That's John Jenna from Sweden. We're 6-handed here. PLO. Blinds are 200, 200, 400. If you've just joined, you are really in for a treat, guys. We're going to be bringing you all the action here. We're only into hand number 11. There's already the guts of about 400,000 on the table. This will progressively get bigger as the game develops.
What I really like is the comment from Jaron Black 77. Lol, so lame. Yeah, it's really lame. I hate like games like this. They're so boring.
And Yachman here, who haven't seen too much. He bought in for 20,000 at the start,
Yeah.
which was the min buy-in, and he's the aces here, 1 suit.
Yeah, they make a mistake now. It says it was 100k, and the straddle was 200k. I think.
Okay, I see. Yeah, but who knows? Maybe they're predicting the future here, Eddie.
I don't know, but 200, 400. I think that's the right
Yeah, and
amount.
so Renato's going to go with this. Is Renato playing 100k? I don't think so. No, these are all this.
These are 5k chips.
Oh, these are 5k. So that
Yeah,
is 100k.
That's
Yeah.
100k for sure.
Okay.
And I think he raised because he put. I don't know if he wanted to change, but no, he raised. And Jan Peter called. I can't imagine like this, but
I don't know. No, there's way more than 2,200
Yeah.
in that pot.
now it's still interesting. Jan Peter had a lock on the hand, and the wolf has like a 10, and he have a flush draw, and Renato have like gut shot straight draw.
So the wolf has hit the nut flush, but Yachman, who flopped the house of aces,
Yeah.
and he's never concerned, is he, on your aces with an ace 10-10 board? You're never really concerned, Eddie.
No, I mean if you have tens, okay, but
And
I think something went wrong here. So
yeah, I
the wolf was not on the hand. In the hand, I think he folded pre-flop, and because he would never fold, there was no raise really big on the flop. So Jan Peter's range was not aces, not like that he have aces for sure, and then he had like called him down for sure because he have the 10, he can still make a full house
Absolutely,
or
yeah,
whatever.
and the hearts.
Yeah,
And Baz MX just saying the graphics are incorrect. Wolf is not in the hand, and thank you for confirming just what my co-commentator has announced. It's Eddie Bravo here with me, guys. We're watching an incredible fast start to a 200, 200, 400 game. We're in King's Casino. We're smack bang in the middle of the circuit event, guys. There's 15 rings up for grabs. I mean, the prize money is just phenomenal. The main event, and I think it's a 1,500 buy-in that starts in a couple of days' time, Eddie. Are you going to have a shot at that tournament?
yes. I decided just to play cash games while the WSOP.
Yes.
But yeah, they're really, really good tournaments.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting hand. Kurt hit the flush at the river, and Renato checked down until the river with his quads. He raised and get called.
So absolutely no action till the river. We're going to see certainly a couple of thousand go over the line.
It was just a very small pot of 3.6k. So
And what's happening there, Renato signing a form there, Eddie? Can you explain to the viewers?
yeah, so you can make a depot here in the casino, and yeah, everybody should do this because it's not so good to have them all your money in the room.
Absolutely.
I mean,
yeah.
I never heard. I'm here since 10 years. I never heard that there was something that a burglar or whatever come to the hotel rooms, but you never know, and you still can lose the money from your pocket. I mean,
Absolutely, yeah.
this
yeah.
happens all the time.
Yeah,
That's
especially if you're me after a few drinks.
yeah,
You know, many a time I might have my last 100 chip in my pocket and I wake
Yeah.
up and I say it's gone. But
yeah. That's
who
why I
knows where it
recommend
went?
to make a depot, and it's free.
yeah, yeah.
costs nothing
It's a great
yeah.
service, and it's so easy for the players then.
Yes.
And that's what we just saw there. The businessman Renato from Bosnia, Serbia, just signed for the reload he got. And
Is Renato not from Czech Republic?
Czech, I believe he's Bosnia Herzegovina.
Okay.
I believe, you know, and you see the flags they sport. The flags is at their request. So that's the country he wants to be associated with. But many of these, I mean, I think Josef is Turkish.
It's Turkish,
yeah.
but he comes from
Yeah,
Austria, so
correct. Yeah, yeah.
that's why you have Austrian flag. The
Yeah.
Wolf comes from France.
France. Yeah, yeah.
Jan Peter come from Germany. That's
yeah,
for sure.
that's for sure. He's from Hamburg. Yeah. So we're looking at four-way action here on an ace 8-3, 2 hearts, and it looks like Yakman has flopped best here with 2 pair, top 2.
Yeah, on this board you have to continue.
You want to drive out these
Yes.
weak heart draws
And cut all the values from the player, so this is really the right.
the Wolf had top pair, top kicker with the backdoor straight draw, but he's gonna relent here now and surrender when Yakman continues. That's a pretty okay card for Yakman, the 9 of clubs, I'd imagine. He'd be thinking to himself because it gives him the nut clubs to go along with his 2 pair.
Now we have really a monster hand, and I think the Wolf have to fold now. He have no more equity in the hand. There is like against the range of Jan Peter. He could have easily have a set of 8s or whatever, and
Yeah.
he's really drawing that, huh?
And I mean now Yakman only has 14k behind with 25k in the pot, and he turns his 2 pair. None of the flushes come home, so we're going to see him call off here shortly, Eddie.
Yeah, he will call off for sure.
I mean, if he calls the turn bet, he's 100% calling here the river. 14,000. He's asking the dealer how much it is. There's 25k in the pot, and
I mean, what is unlucky for him that he hit like 2 pair as well, and
Yeah.
that all the draws brick. That's
Yeah,
really
yeah.
unlucky. So Jan Peter could easily have like he could bet a busted draw, whatever.
yeah, he could have the combo hearts and clubs.
Yeah. And he don't have to, but he can now call him down, and he will get the bad information then.
And he does, and that turn bet cost him a lot of money. And Yakman up. Is that correct? That's not 100,000 in the pot, surely. No, that's wrong. No, the graphic is wrong there. So
it's 60k less.
Yeah.
So it's have to be like 60k total.
About 40k pot. No, a bit more. About 6k. Okay, I think you're right. Yeah, 60 grand. Wolf lost 29 and a half. So we're just after seeing Jan-Peter Yakman triple his stack. He started out here about 45 minutes ago with 20k, and now he's up to, that's a 40 grand in less than 40k an hour. It's not bad if you can get that kind of work.
We will see much bigger numbers today.
I know sure. It's and it's, you know, sometimes when these games start so big, you can feel like kind of almost tension at the table, but these guys are so relaxed. They're very comfortable playing these big pots.
I mean, for Jan-Peter, I think it's not that comfortable. Let's be sure. He is like a very good player, and I think he have a big bankroll. That's okay, but I mean, the other guys have like, I will say like close to endless. Endless bankroll, and
that's what it looks like. I mean, it's yeah, I mean, big games can wipe out some big players, you know.
Yeah. So Leon raced here with aces, which is a clear race from the button, and the other guys called, I think.
And look, they all have each other's cards here. The Wolf, Yakman.
I think Renato make not a good call, because against against the range of Leon, I think it's not too good to have an ace in your hand and not to have a pair in your hand. It's better to have like a rundown.
A rundown like or suits.
Yes, I would rather play like the Wolf's hand against against a bottom range. Against the top range race instead of playing like Renato's hand. And now I'm curious if the Wolf will play because he has just a 9-9 flush, and he
surrenders. But I mean, he's pretty much 50-50 there against the aces, Eddie.
No. First of all, Leon could easily have, in this case, the nut flush draw.
Bigger hearts,
because then he have like no equity, and if Leon have this kind of hand he still have like 36% equity in this hand. But the problem is not like when he shove and they run it twice. Okay, it's still a bad play, but you don't know that he have this kind of equity. Even he have the bigger flush, he is dead. So
he's dead.
He have to fold.
Yeah. And again, the power position, Leon on the button with the aces taking down the pot. And now we move. We're into hand 15. If you've just joined us, this is Cash Kings special.
It's just hand 15, and we see so much big pots already.
I mean, there's half a million on the table, 500,000 euro. They're literally just playing an hour, and we did make the point, Eddie. It's all these guys. They're so comfortable playing these stakes. It really does. It just makes me smile. You know, I love watching these big monster pots. You know, and I hope we have Rob Young to join us over the next couple of weeks. He really spices things up.
Of course, he is. Yeah. For this games, he is like.
He's perfect. He's perfect. Yeah. And I mean, there's rumours going around that Matty Kirk might be hitting.
Why isn't here today?
I heard.
I had some rumors that he's coming, but
I heard. I think, but
it's not so easy to come to Czech Republic maybe for him.
Yeah. No, I think. Well, in my opinion, Eddie, a lot of these guys, someone like Matt Kirk as well. I mean, they're so busy. It's so hard to tie them down. You know, to a game. You know, because you know they've business commitments or whatever, and they've. Let's be honest. The world's their oyster. They've endless choices, to go anywhere and do anything or whatever. So it's really hard to get them to commit. But I do believe that Matt is going to visit at some stage, and that'd be a joy to watch.
Yeah. So they already had a really big game in Montreal, I think, or in Canada. Where was it?
Yeah, it was absolutely big. Big is a word, but
They played 501k, and
I think 3 or 4 of the biggest pots ever live streamed were
there.
recorded on this session.
Yeah.
And I think Matt came out the bad end. I think Leon did well. I know Rob Young won about 2 million. I watched the game. It was incredible.
I think Matt Kirk was the biggest loser in this game.
Yeah.
And this was where they played the heads up with Leon. Was this
correct? That's the game. Yeah, it was only a 5-handed. There was Trickett. I'm just trying to think. There was Rob. There was Leon. There was Matty. I'm trying to think who else was there. And then it went 4-handed for a long time, and then it actually went down heads up. Like basically, Matt was just. He didn't want to cash out the money he had. He just wanted to either gamble it or. But who knows what's... I mean, I heard all different rumours about Matt's bankroll. I mean, I read an article just recently that he had almost 1 billion.
Billion?
1 billion in Bitcoin. 1 billion.
Okay, in Bitcoin.
In Bitcoin, yeah, he 1 billion. And today, obviously, it's taken a bit of a hit over the last few months. But this particular article, now I don't know how credible the article is, even though my very good friend wrote it. But basically, it was just based on conversations at poker tables and that, with Matt and a few of his friends, and basically saying he could have a bankroll of in around 600 million at the moment. So the 4 million he took in Canada.
Yeah. These are numbers like we can't even imagine. I mean, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And that's maybe a reason why he play like this and spew with the money around. We don't know it.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I know that he played a really big game with Leon, like not this summer, but the summer before in Vegas.
Yes.
Where
loads of controversy. Yeah.
I was there at the time, and I saw them playing in the Ivy Room in the area. Because I know it, because I say hello to Leon.
Yeah.
And at this time, I know it's rumors. I don't know it exactly, but everybody said that he was stacked by Bobby Baldwin, the chairman
that's
of
unusual.
the...
Yeah, I found that unusual. That's the bit that didn't add up to me. I mean, with such a big bankroll, why would he play with someone else's money? I don't get that bit. I don't get that bit, Eddie.
Yeah.
And look, you know what? I don't actually know. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, the best of luck to the guy. But I do know that Leon and Matt, they shook hands and they sorted. It was just a good interview there by Rob Young, and he said there was two bulls in a Chinese shop basically going at each other. The only guy to make a few quid out of it was the lawyer on the side. You know what I mean? But,
I understand.
Yeah, but all good, and I believe Matt is coming as a guest fairly soon to visit Kings during one of the festivals here, either the circuit that's running at the moment or the WSOPE, which it's in its second year. And how successful was that last year, Eddie? The WSOPE, World Series of Poker Europe, 100,000 buy-in, big drop that smashed the guarantee. Incredible.
It was really amazing event. I mean, I started here to play poker. They had like 10 tables of tournaments, and like 5-6 tables for cash games. We played cash games at the restaurant, where the restaurant is at the moment.
Yes.
It was like restaurant and cash game in one place. It was really funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what's developed here is like really amazing.
Well, I never visited that far back, but I always followed the progress at Kings. And I always had this image in my head. I knew it was kind of in the countryside on the border, and I'd all these strange images in my mind. But when I finally got the opportunity, I jumped at it to visit. And this is a nice flop here for
Yeah.
Renato.
He have the nuts with the reed draws to Royal Flush.
Yeah.
But I think
Yeah.
the other guys have nothing, but Leon have no 2 pair.
We can't see.
So he will
Kurt's
call
hand.
him down for sure.
Yeah, and again the graphics are playing up here.
Yeah.
Straddle 8000 doesn't make sense.
And we
It
don't
was-
know if Yusuf Kurt have maybe a flush as well. So he could like easy have like the Jack high flush.
Jack high flush, yeah. And
And
he could have the
maybe-
Jack King. He
Yeah.
could have the straight with the Jack high hearts. But I mean, what great shape Renato is. And
Yeah.
that's what you want to do. Get your player in when
he
you know
have
what I mean.
definitely
Y-
not the king, King Jack of hearts or whatever.
King Jack.
Because
with
you
Jack.
had race now.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like Bayern Munich losing today.
For Renato, it would be much better when the flush hits, because he could check and Yusuf could bet and make a big bluff or whatever. But still win like 12k with no action.
One of the smallest pots of the night. How much is on the table there, Eddie?
So we have
400.
240,
20. No, more.
310, 420, yeah, something like 420,000.
420,000, yeah. And we're going to see Youssef reload if he doesn't scoop a pot.
Yes, I
He's
expect
down to about 9k.
I expect Yusuf to reload always the minimum amount.
Is that right? Yeah, yeah.
Like, this is from the perspective I know him play. He's not like the guy who reloads 100k like Renato.
And try and cover
Yeah.
everyone on the table. He'll just short buy in, and he's the skill level to spin that up.
I think
Yeah.
that makes perfect sense for
Yeah.
for his
For
style
his
of
style,
g-
yeah,
style
yeah,
of
yeah.
playing.
And if he
and
gets unlucky, he can, short buy in again and keep going. We see John Jenna here in the cutoff
Yeah.
with the King, Queen, Jack, Jack.
and now he's 3-betting, but we don't see the hand.
He's basically
Yes.
all in here. He's just.
I think the wolf have a clear fold, and I would have a clear call in this case. Mm,
It looks like the wolf is still involved here.
yeah. No, it's a close call for the wolf, because he have Jenna behind him. But again, against the range
Well,
of
what has he
Kurt,
going on? He's the backdoor spades. He is the
Yeah,
backdoor
he
straight,
have
top
one-
pair,
yeah.
top kicker.
he have
It's yeah,
one pair, yeah.
3-6. So he doesn't want to get squeezed out. But 3-6, he's always calling.
So against the range of Kurt, so he have the overpair for sure, or this is even his range, and against this, yes, he have even a raise, because he want to isolate against the wolf, against Kurt, I think, but he decided for calling. No, they checked. No, he had the 2 pair.
Kurt put his hands down really quick. It looks like he has the straight. That's the straight for Kurt. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he turned it.
You see, we're completely wrong.
Yeah.
This is PLO. Like, Kurt had the idea to to raise a hand like this. This is not really a good hand, and this is even a big mistake. A lot of like newcomers make. They think this is a really good
What you-
rundown.
You want gaps.
Yes.
You want gaps, Eddie.
Yes.
Explain that to me and the viewers.
Yeah.
Why are the gaps better than the consecutive rundown?
Yeah. So to hit the biggest straight draw you can hit is the 20 out
20 outs.
rep.
Yeah.
And you can hit it. You just can hit it when you have a hand with 2 gaps.
What about what about 7-8 Jack Queen? What about a hand like that?
Yeah, it's
But you're limiting you're limiting your
you have just 1%, one hand that
the
that you
910,
can really
yeah.
hit hard. That's 910 um, brick, whatever, two.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Um, but when you have like maybe Queen Jack 10 7, you can hit more reps. So there are a lot of more boards that you can hit hard. So like
Yeah.
top pair plus whatever, and you not always want a gap, but like a gap when you have a gap, you want it at the bottom of your range of your cards. That's really important.
So you want you don't want the gap at the high
Yes.
end. You want it at the low
Yeah.
end. Yeah.
Because when you have the gap on the high end, you always flop the idiot end of the straight.
You're drawn to the bad straight.
And if you have the gap on the bottom, you're always drawing to the nuts. And this is what you want to make in Omaha. You always want to come in situation where you dominate the draws of your opponent. You know, that's the case. That's how you make money in the long run in Omaha. That you get like players who are willing to overvalue their hands. So they think like they have certain percent of equity against like hand like two pair or whatever. But when you have like better straight draw or even in combination with a higher flush draw, you're dominating him so much that you will win a lot of big pots in Omaha. That's like the case of winning in Omaha.
So guys, you heard it here first. So you need to basically get your opponent in, and you need to have the better draw. You need to be drawn to the higher straight,
Yeah.
the higher flush.
Yes. And
you
this.
know?
Yeah. And when you have the gap on the
The
on
low-
the on the on the on the bu- on the on
The low end.
Yeah, on the low end.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is how you make it. You know. Jan Peter have a very nice hand now from the small blinds. He raises.
And this is golden.
And
Ace, King, Jack, 10, two suits. And to explain to us about the potential nut flush draw, how Ace 10 is better than Ace King.
yeah, understand.
Because obviously
yeah,
you want your
you
oppo-
don't you don't want your opponent. You want to have that your opponent have the king high flush.
It's-
So we
it's
just
correct.
there is just one hand that's beaten. When you have ace king of spades, for instance, then he can make in best way the third high flush. So that's
Which
why.
he's obviously going to proceed with a
Yeah.
lot more caution. And it's Yakman who's flop best, but he's not going to be happy with that flop. He's got no he's got the backdoor spades, backdoor straight.
I mean, we come to another instance of strategy. It's like there are like a lot of good players. They never raise from the small blinds, or very occasional, because in PLO the players intend to call with like every hand, so you have not really big opportunity of raising, and everybody's folding. Everybody want to call.
You're not going to clear out. You're not going to clear
Yes.
out the field.
And then you are like in the spot like him. Yet he was lucky now that nobody had the tree, but if someone have the tree, and in this kind of games, when you have like four callers, it's likely that someone have like a tree.
Absolutely.
I mean, when he's playing against like four Eastern European regs who always play top range of their hands, maybe then not. But in this case,
In a game like this,
yeah. So
yeah.
so if someone have the tree and
Yeah.
you're betting, he calls. What you do on the turn. So you check.
And then you're giving your opponent the impetus to, even if he misses his draw, to steal the pot off you on the river.
So you bring yourself in a very tough spot. So
Yeah.
that's why good players or strategy GTO says that you should not raise on the small blind so often.
Of course. I guess Jan Peter and that he had made it a good chunky 4.5 grand pre-flop, so he probably was discounting a lot of the lower cards and just went for it and worked out for him. But it's Yakman again who's he's hit this board. But
He is lucky that, I mean, I don't like his hand.
what's Jenna doing here with a good shot and backdoor diamonds? He's actually raising, but it's a pretty small spot.
I really don't get
Oh,
it.
this is bad news for Jenna, because with that third ace, the likelihood of Yachman holding the Lone Ranger he's probably going to discount that now,
Yeah.
and he's checked, and Jenna surely is going to have a blast of this, but he's hit the 10, so
But that means nothing.
No,
You have
yeah,
still
of course.
play
He's
10-9, 10-9 high.
10-9, yeah, and snap fold. Three aces, 10 high he was playing, of course, yeah. That is Eddie Bravo, guys. That is giving us a real decent, in-depth analysis here for our PLO 6 max. It's 200, 200, 400. And it was a blistering start. It's kind of evened off a little bit, Eddie. It hasn't gone into the full explosion I expected, but it's still early in the session.
I mean, what is really bad for the game is that Leon is plus from the beginning, because he is like the player when he is behind, that
He was
he
gambled,
fires.
yeah,
Yes, he fires until he hits,
Of course.
and so this slows up the game at the moment a little bit. When Leon is stuck, he would raise his hand for sure.
Yeah. I think he did raise.
Court have a really nice rundown, and I think he raised. And what happened now? No.
So Leon has flopped the good shot wheel with the hearts draw. Yeah.
And Renato have the best hand at the moment, with two pair.
Top and bottom. Yeah. Leon's not going anywhere.
No, no.
And these are the two big stacks at the table, Eddie. Both of them are playing approximately $250,000 between them. They're pretty even, about 115 each in a round. And that is the flush has come home, the second nuts here. Well, obviously he's the blocker to the straight flush,
Straight
so
flush.
he's holding the second nuts. So it's gone check, check.
I mean, if Leon would stack, he would never
Be
keep
checked.
this pot so small.
Yeah, he'd
But
be
because
blasting away.
he's so much in front, he put this the pot very small, and now he just
Well, it turned out to be a brilliant decision, because he got Renato to blast on the river 20 grand. Which
Yeah, I mean,
he never would have got. So
he play the hand really right, like with no mistake. That's how you play like this hand, okay? But what I wanted to say is just if he would stack, he wouldn't play this hand like in this style, like we know him, right? He would
blasting every straight.
before the flop,
He'll want the 100
after the
grand
flop,
over.
after the turn,
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
money would all in the turn.
He wants a no limit game.
He won.
He wants a
He
no
did,
limit
then
game.
he
when
wants,
yeah.
yeah.
But he's in control here, Leon. He's up to about 145k, I believe.
Like from strategy perspective, the call off that would is really the wrong play here. This kind of hands you want to raise and get in a heads up situation, and not limps and see a flop. But this is like a lot of players play this kind of hands. But as you see here, it's exactly the problem. When you play this hand multi-way, you come in a spot where your draw is really dominated. I mean, you have like the 9-high flush draw with a pair, and you have just 24% equity.
So Renato with the nut diamond draw and the good shot straight bets out 3,000, and Jenna's not going anywhere, is he?
No.
Now the king will slow things down. No, it doesn't.
No.
Renato's going again. 10,000 it looks like, and he takes it down. So Eddie, the WSOP circuit main event is a 1,500 buy a million guarantee.
It's 1650, I think.
16, well,
with
the deuce, yeah, with the juice, yeah. They smashed the guarantee. I mean, they obliterated the guarantee last time. I think they're pretty much on target to hit it again.
I mean, they increase their number of plays every year.
Yeah.
So I think we have to expect that they will be better than last year, because
Absolutely,
the players
yeah.
that were here last year, they will come back for sure, a lot of them, and
Yeah.
a lot of new players will join, right?
And I understand that Party Poker are supporting this event. So I think they'll be bringing over. I mean, everywhere they go, if they do qualifiers, they bring a band of qualifiers. You know, they don't do stuff in half measures. This is an interesting hand here, Eddie. We've
Yes.
got Kurt on the button.
Yes.
He's the shortest stack here at the moment,
Yes.
and
Renato is now on, I will not say tilt modus, but because he's stuck, he's raising now all the hands. In my opinion, like, this is again a hand you can just check call, because you can like hit very, very hard with this cards.
yeah, of course.
And then your hand is really disguised, and but he took down the pot, but the small pot. He will not be satisfied when you're down 160k
of course.
and win 2k. Then it's like not really like the amount you wanted to win with this kind of hand.
Absolutely. If you've just joined us, that is Eddie Bravo you can hear. Finton Gavin is my name, and this is Cash Kings 200, 200, 400 PLO Special Edition. We'll be coming up to a break shortly, but please stay with us, guys, because this game really it's only kicking off, you know. So Yachman versus Renato. Eddie, can you talk us through this
Yeah.
hand?
So Renato flops top to pair here, and Yachtman have like tens and a 5. I think Yachtman will call, and he call. I mean, the image of Renato is now like he's spewing, and then you make then you intend to make like more loose calls. But now the ace will change, and Yachtman will fold for sure, because he have like no equity more in the hand. I mean, if you know that Renato have just 7-5, of course he calls, but the range of Renato is now even that he had 2 pair with the ace, and then he's like really drawing that. How many guys are watching this stream now?
I'm looking for, actually, just as you say that, I'm looking for that figure. It wouldn't be 3,000, no. I mean, usually I think it's in around 800-900. It's not quite 1,000. You know, for something like this that's just off the cuff, because this game was only organised yesterday, you know.
Yeah, I know.
But depending on what type of tournament, like for the finals, you get thousands. For the final tables of the you know, the big guaranteed tournament events, you know.
Renato is 3-betting it now with his medium medium good hands,
So he's
and
But Yachman
I'm
folds
really
here.
excited about what Yusuf
Yeah.
Kurt will do.
Does Yachman call here, Eddie? I mean,
Yes. Yes, he will.
no,
No, he will fold. No, it's a clear fold, but I thought he will call because of like it's Renato
It's
at the
Renato,
moment.
of course, yeah. But certainly, Kurt.
Yeah, he have a clear call with kings. There are, I don't know how much Kurt have behind 26k, so he's not that deep.
What a
Okay.
flop. So Kurt's going to double up
Renato,
here.
yeah, Renato will
Yeah.
continue for sure. He have the gut shot
He's a
and the
good
flush
shot,
draw,
and
and
he's in
and
real bad shape.
yeah, and
the
Kurt
two-
have the
yeah,
have the gut
kings,
shot and the king high flush,
and,
so he will
yeah.
not fold as well. I am excited what if Yusuf just wants just flat or what he do now. And Renato have the backdoor flush as well, so I mean no of them wanted to see the ace.
That is
But it's-
Youssef
but it's
Kurt,
still-
and
yeah.
he puts it in. He just flat calls the 6. Is that correct?
Yes, he just called.
So it's 22. He's just a pot-sized bet behind.
Now we have a pair.
5 of diamonds.
Oh,
And
this is the money
brutal.
card.
It's brutal for Renato.
So
Oh, check here, be
the problem is like Kurt even have not the nut flush.
yeah. So he is.
But-
Obviously, there's a stress that the ace.
Yeah.
You know,
But
it's in
if-
Renato's
yeah.
holdings.
But if he can break it down, he knows that Renato would bet the turn with the ace high flush draw.
Not sure what the bet was. It looked like about 12 grand. Yeah, 12 and a
Yeah.
half thousand. And Renato loses 23,000.
Life must be good if you are stuck 200k and still have a good mood like Renato. I love it.
It's great for the game, this guy.
Now he is like, I mean, he is nice to everybody. He's really nice guy.
Yes, absolutely.
When
great
when
manner.
he see me, I never
Yeah.
played with him or drink a beer
Yeah.
or whatever. But if you see me, he's like always laughing, always very gentle, and I really think he's a really nice guy. He's not that kind of guy who think he's rich and he's something better than you. No, he's. I really like his attitude.
I totally agree. And this is an invite game, Eddie. I mean, you can't just rock up and grab a seat here, you know. It's invite, and I think your character is the priority, you know, for assessing whether you get an invite or not to the game. You know what type of character you are, and I mean, a sore loser wouldn't go down well at this table for too long.
Yes, I don't know if the character is the main reason. I mean, you want different characters in a poker game
Yeah.
because this is how poker works. You always sit down on the table. Three guys love you, 3 guys hate you, and 2 guys they look in their smartphone and don't know what's happening. That's real poker. I mean, and so I don't think that you always invite people that you like. For me, I love to play against people that they don't like me.
Right.
There are not so many because I'm so sympathetic guy, but
yeah.
yeah, because like when sometimes I met people here and I don't know why, but they are really nice to me. I'm nice to them, and then they tried not to play big pots against me.
Okay.
Like they say something, fold, I have the nuts, and then they show
yeah.
the nuts.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's not how you can get money and make money in PLO. You know, you want the guys who say, I hate this guy and I put it in. I just want to suck him out or whatever and put him in bed, and you know that's the guys you want to play against.
I totally get your point. I mean, it's one of the attributes of the game, isn't it? Because it's people, it's humans, it's personalities, it's characters, and you know, there's emotional attachments. And as you say, I mean, many times I see at a game, even in tournaments, you know, because someone's friendly or character, he buys a round of drinks, and you know, he's a likable guy, and you know, he puts in a massive bluff, and it's very obvious the guy's holding second nuts, and he goes, you know what, Johnny, it's
Yeah.
all right. You know what I mean? I'm gonna fold my ace king suited here, or whatever.
Yeah.
You know?
In tournament, I think, yeah, in tournament it's different. In tournament,
Yeah.
it's part of my strategy too to be nice to the people and
Yeah. Absolutely.
get advantage of
absolutely,
exact the situation you mentioned now.
Yeah.
But because in tournaments, you just have one chance. When you bust, you bust. You can't buy in anymore, you know? And that's why it's better that the people fold than they call and suck you out or whatever.
Absolutely.
You know?
And I tell you, no better example of what we're talking about is in a satellite situation
Yeah.
where there's
Exactly.
like
Where you
20,
just,
there's
yeah.
20 seats
Yeah.
and there's 3 tables of 7 players.
And the big
There's
stack has
21
7
players, and a guy has 1,000,000 big blinds and you 5 big blinds,
Yeah.
and you know it's your big blind that you know.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
If you've just joined, viewers, you're listening to Fintan Gavin. That in your screen is a 200, 200, 400 PLO. This is a special edition game, and I have my friend Eddie Bravo. Thanks so much, Eddie. It's an absolute pleasure that you've joined us, and I really hope that you're going to pop in the boot throughout the WSOP. That'd be great if you could give us some of your time, because there's several Cash King sessions scheduled over the next 5-6 weeks.
Yes.
You know, I believe there's something 15 to 20 Cash King games scheduled, you know. So
I would really be happy that maybe they stream like a 10-10 game or 25-25 game with the regular guys they're playing here, because I think it's a good advertising for the casino as well. If other people can see what the real PLO games
the
here
reality, because
Yeah.
let's be honest, this is not what we're watching here. Is not the norm.
It's not. Yeah, I mean, it's not a regular game
Yeah,
here, and it's
yeah.
even not regular PLO. I mean, it's not like they are playing like the best PLO,
Yes,
where
yes.
someone who want to learn the game watch and say, okay, I can learn something. When you watch like the streams
Yes.
from the EPT, like the final day or whatever, the EPT streams, then you can learn something, you know, because there are a lot of guys they playing GTO.
They're playing the highest level. Yeah.
They're playing like the strategy like near perfect, and
Yeah.
but here, I mean, if you watch them how they play, and it's not like really the best game if you want to beat the regular 2-2, 5-5 or 10-10 games at the King's Casino or anywhere in the world. So I
Very
would
valid
wish.
point.
Um,
I think it could be. I think it could be planned now. This is above my pay
Yeah.
grade, but from my understanding is there's several days there Cash King sessions penciled in, with no you know, no guarantee of big players in town or whatever. So I think what you're describing there, an ordinary 10-10 or 25-25. I think we're going to see that over
Yeah.
the next 6 weeks, and I think it would be good to also balance what we're looking at here. I mean, these let's be honest. Some of these guys, they're playing for entertainment. Do you
Yes.
know what I mean? This is, you know, and I mean, we mentioned at the start, like there's one, probably Yakman is probably the only full-time poker professional. You know.
Yes.
Now I know Yusuf Kurt, he probably plays full-time because he runs the casino or whatever, but I mean, he is a businessman, you
Yeah.
know. He has that Bond casino you were mentioning earlier on in Vienna.
I mean, there is like this poker format. It's live on the bike, and they stream like even games like 2-5 or 5-10, and I really like to watch this game because you know,
Yes,
this
I
is
love
the reality.
yeah, it's
That's the
Armenian
reality.
Armenian Mike.
Yeah, Armenian Mike.
Yeah,
and this
that's
is yeah, and this stream is like this
Yeah.
is the world. I mean, this is the real poker world.
Yeah,
You have like this character like
know.
Armenian Mike, and you have like the Chinese gambler type.
yeah.
You have like the girl who's playing really tight aggressive
yeah,
and whatever.
yeah.
This is the world, you know, and
And you can feel the tension, and you know the argument kicks off, and you know
Yeah.
it is reality. It is reality, you know. So yeah, we will definitely more than likely will be streaming smaller games. There's going to be all kinds of games, but there's going to be a lot of big players in town, Eddie. I believe a lot of big names have already booked to come in for the WSOPE. So who knows what's going to happen over the next 5 or 6 weeks. But for you viewers out there will be a stream. I'm told there will be a stream every day. That's the plan. Now, I don't know. I don't know, is this 100% confirmed yet? But the plan is to bring you from, say, next Saturday or Sunday, I believe. Next Sunday, we're going to be bringing you the WSOP circuit, the penultimate day, and then the final of the WSOP circuit. That's the million guaranteed. That is going to be bringing you all the action here live here from King's Casino on Monday. And then we kick off with another Cash King session then, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then straight into all the bracelet events from the World Series of Poker Europe. World Series of Poker Europe.
So, someone asked if I have any relations to Johnny Bravo, and it's no, because Eddie Bravo is, of course, my nickname. In the poker world, my real name is Etem. So I definitely have no relations with Johnny Bravo. But you are not the first guy who asked me this. And the other guy have asked if we get a 500k pot tonight. What do you think?
Definitely. I mean, I would have said after 5 or 6 hands, I would have said we're going to see €1 million pot. But I think the point you made about Leon getting ahead is kind of slow things a little bit down, you know. But definitely we're going to see a $500,000 pot. Definitely.
But Leon is not the player who brings like his lead to the final. You know, it's when you lose like 140, 50k pot, this could be completely different. I mean, we know this. We see this a couple of times, and so we still can be curious. You want to make a prediction of the biggest hand?
I think 500 grand in a round would be. I think that's where I'm at. That's the ballpark I'm in at the moment. That I'd love to see something at 500k pot.
So I say something like 280.
280. Okay. Well, you're more realistic probably than I am. I tend to get carried away. I lose the run on myself. But it really depends who busts and how much they reload for, you know. I mean, if the likes of Josef and Yachman build up big stacks, but then we're certainly going to see massive points.
So we put a Guinness on the line?
Oh, definitely a Guinness. Okay. Yes.
They have Guinness here in the casino?
I didn't even know that. This is a big mistake, you telling me this now.
No, I've never seen it.
So yeah. And you're on the water tonight, Eddie, yeah?
Yeah, I'm playing, so you're I never drink when I'm playing.
Absolutely, that's a pretty good rule,
if I drink something, it's like when I near the end, maybe I drink one beer.
Yeah, to relax,
yeah. But what I really, and this is like no advice or something like this, but what I really see and from my experience, if you play PLO, 1 beer or 2 beer is not the baddest strategy, you know?
Okay.
Because what I really see at some players, and sometimes at me, myself, when you have like 1-2 beer, you get relaxeder and you play like, I don't know, you are, it's easier to put your money in, you know? And sometimes it's not too bad in PLO.
Okay, so yeah, I mean it's a flop game, isn't it? You got to be there in the flop. You got to, you know, you can't be folding pre-flop in PLO, can you? Like, you know.
Yeah. I think what I mean is like that you put your money in.
Yeah, you're not afraid. Yeah.
When you're like 100% focused and sometimes you don't realize how much equity you really have, and when you drink
with a few drinks.
Yeah,
it's your outlook is a lot more positive.
You see Jack High Flush and put it in, and maybe sometimes it's good, you know.
So the 10-point strategy from Eddie is play with the big gaps on the low end and have a few drinks. Good strategy, Eddie.
So the wolf was winning here with pair of nines in his hand and the two sevens on the board. I mean, it's not unbelievable. It's very often. I mean, it's everybody thinks PLO is always like nuts against second nuts.
Yeah.
But
I mean, there was obviously no straight on the flop with the betting pattern.
yeah,
And then the board paired and it was no betting again. So
Yeah.
and then the 10, yeah.
so that would make like make a bluff with really no blockers, and this is another part of PLO strategy that it's not too bad to have cards in your hand.
Yeah, but this is my downfall, Eddie. You know, I mean, if I'm blocking the nuts, I don't. All my money goes in. You know, and I mean, I banged my head off the wall so many times. You know, you gotta bring a bit of balance to it. It has to make sense.
Yes, it's like always in poker. It's not PLO specific. When you do it all the time, it will not work. When you make it, first it have to make sense. I mean, if you have like the ace blocker for the flush, and you just check call, and the river is the flush, now you bet, someone will call you off always. Like
Okay.
it's not, but
it's not adding up.
I think
The
it's
story's
like
not
always
adding
in poker. It's don't matter if you play Hold'em or PLO. It have to make sense, right? And when it makes sense in PLO, it's a very good weapon to play like the blockers. It's not working always. One time in a tournament, I was in the big blind, and it checked down to me, and I had 3 tens, and then the flop was the nuts was king 10 was the nuts, you know, and I had 3 tens in my hand.
Okay, so
And then a guy bets. It was 3 or 4 handed, and I shoved all in. It was a clear bluff, and the guy had king 10. I mean,
oh yeah, he had it. Well, I mean, he had it in that case. I mean, it'd be a worse story if he called you with, you know, without the 10.
yeah.
You know, but
Now I'm really curious what the wolf makes. If he calls him down with the aces.
this is a huge pot, Eddie. Renato all in. The wolf's going to get away from this. He's just playing.
That's the problem. If the wolf have the ace of spades, he's maybe likely to call because because he's blocking, because it's not so likely that Renato have to
Would
flush
go
as
all
well.
in with the flush. Yeah,
And
yeah.
that the wolf has no spade and no one of the ace of spades makes it likely that Renato have the spade.
More likely he has the spades.
Yeah.
And
On the
that's
other
exactly
hand,
what he has.
On the other hand, if you have the flush, why are you going all in all the flop? I mean, you can just check and give the other opponent room to bluff, you know, and catch up the bluff. When you have like the nut flush, you will not fold anyway. You will not fold second nut flush. So, and you have no flush, you don't give him the chance to bluff with a hand where he have no equity anymore.
Yeah, I totally get that. So, I mean, he the queen high flush there, and he just goes all in. He's only getting called by a better hand.
Yes.
Yeah. So a better strategy, as you've just said, would why not check, because you're giving your opponent a chance. You're disguising your hand first of all. Okay. So, and then the second, you're giving your opponent, especially someone like the wolf, who would be likely to have a blast at it. Do you know what I mean? If it's checked back to him once or twice.
Yeah. And this is what I mean. You have to put your opponent on a range of hands, and the range of the wolf was really kept. It was double suited aces, double suited kings, and it was like perfect rundown. So, and you have beat, like, except of the double suited aces when you have like the nut flush, you have beat all the hands. So it makes
And you're
really no sense.
You're still putting your
Yeah.
money in against the nut flush.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is when you have him crushed and
Yeah.
you check back, you're giving him more confidence in his aces
Yeah.
that are practically dead. Like,
But there are other situations where it would make sense, like just to cut. When he had like, for instance, he had like the nut straight, and there is a flush draw. Then it's something different. You want that he pay for his draw,
absolutely.
or you want to
Yeah.
cut his equity. You know, when you have like a small flush draw, probably he folds. You know, and so you cut his equity, and he could realize can't realize the equity he have. So, but in this case, what can he have?
He's never calling a hand. He's never calling him, you know, with a worse hand. He's only calling him with the better hand. I think they're getting ready for a break, Eddie.
Yeah.
I think that's the information I have. But is it possible you can come back, or what's your plans for the night?
I would look at the tables
You're going to have a look
when
around,
I start.
yeah?
When I come here, I promise you to come and join you a little bit. But the table, I played the 10-10 table, and like two guys switched to 25-25, and so the table was not that good anymore. We had like some racks, and there was no really equity on the table.
Of course.
But when I find a good table, I probably stay, because I mean that's my job.
Absolutely. But these festivals, I mean, you must love when the big festivals roll into town.
Yeah.
How much better is it, the games, when when there's, I mean, the big tournament guarantees bring in, so many recreational players and so many brilliant seasoned tournament players that but then when they bust out, they just like to dunk for a couple hours in the cash games,
Yeah, to be honest, this big tournaments bring a lot of good players as well.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so you have to make table selection.
Yeah.
I think that's the case. That's really the main thing you have to do. But it's easy. You have running 20, 30, 40 cash game tables. So
You're bound to pick a good season.
if you realize, it's like in rounders. When you don't spot the fish, you the fish. It's like this. When you have a table and you think like there is nobody spewing around with money, stay up and find another table.
Of course.
And at this big, I mean, last year at WSOP, I have to say that the 25-25 games were not good.
Was this in the Rio?
I don't know why.
Yeah, in the Rio, Eddie, or did you go around town, or did you have a look? Did you have a look down the area or the Win, or where did you play mainly?
Again?
When you were in Vegas.
In Vegas?
Yeah.
Yeah. PLO.
Sorry, that's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah. Was it in the Rio? You were saying there wasn't that good,
No.
good
I
selection.
thought you're talking about here.
Oh no. Yeah, I was talking about here, but I thought you mentioned Vegas there. No.
No, I mentioned here.
Oh, excuse me.
No problem. Yeah. When you play PLO, the area is the place to be.
The area, yeah. Okay.
I mean, the Rio. Let's be honest, it's a disgrace. The service is so bad. The location is bad.
Yeah.
The dealers are really bad. It's really a disgrace for the WSOP.
Yeah.
I think
could do a
dealers
lot better.
here
Yeah, there's no
are
effort.
much better than there, and that's why I'm not really enjoying playing cash games at the Rio.
Yeah.
So I played, of course, the tournaments there, and tried to play cash games in the area or at the Win.
Yeah,
I think this is the best places to
Sure,
play PLO
sure.
in Vegas.
Yeah, but in fairness to the WSOP, I mean, to put on a show like to cater for the numbers that they have done.
Yes, of course.
I mean, you got to tip their hat. You got to, and the schedule was just so super. I mean, every year I wait with big anticipation for the release of the schedule, and I think they more or less they smashed it this year. It was absolutely perfect schedule. But I think they got a player. I think they listened to the players, about that. and it's something they really got right. But yeah, I guess they can't get everything right. It's hard to get everything right, you know, and maybe that's something that they'll improve for the future. I know the King's Lounge there
Yeah.
in the
This was
Rio.
the like the place where I played a lot at the King's Lounge. Um, they had the big games running there, and I have to say, sometimes at the area, the 5-5-10 games, they play a little bit different. They call it the rock. It's like you have like the button, the guy who won the last hand, have the button,
Okay.
and you have automatically like a straddle, but it's already paid, so it's really confusing. So, um, and these games were really really tough. I had so many games where I was thinking about, okay, here are really no guys. They were can earn money easy, you know. Um, then I stay up, go to the Rio, on the King's Lounge, and you have like 25 games, and these games were really soft again.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it was better to play there on the higher limit
Absolutely. Yeah.
than
Yeah.
and there they had like really comfortable chairs, good service, and everything. Even it was in the Rio, but it was a high roller area, and
Yes. Yes.
yeah, there you can play and make
Yes.
sense, and it's nice and everything.
Listen, it's like it's the benefits of playing in a casino where the casino owner is a player. That like
Yes.
he's thinking like a player.
Yes.
You know.
And I will tell you something. That's why I really don't like to go to casinos in Germany,
Yes. Yes.
because they treat you like sometimes as a sick gambler.
Absolutely. Yeah. They have a different.
Yeah.
It's actually worse than that, because they have a lot of respect for the sick gamblers. Do you know? But for the poker player, it's kind of like you're a second-class citizen. I get this feeling
Yeah.
in many casinos. You
Yeah,
know.
that's
And
true.
security is
Yeah.
very heavy-handed and looking you up and down. And whereas I don't know the vibe here in Kings. I mean,
And
I'm coming here over 2 years.
Yeah.
I've never seen a security man say a word, talk to like
No.
have a harsh word with
Me
a poker
too.
player.
Me
You know,
too,
I just
yes.
haven't seen it. You know,
Yeah.
which is really unusual. You know.
But what you mentioned, this is really the case. Leon is a gambler. He started this casino because he was a gambler,
Yes.
and they started with small games. And he said, "Okay, I have this property, I have this space. I built a small casino, and this is how it developed." And because he's a gambler by himself, that's why he know what the we need, and what we like, and good food and good
Absolutely,
service,
yeah.
and
And
like
that's
nice
that's,
waitresses,
that's why he's
good
getting
dealers.
numbers.
Yes.
That's why the players are coming, because it's player friendly, and that's what he's created here. We're coming to the end of part one. We're going on a quick break. It's ciao from me. Talk to you soon. Sorry, guys. You're very welcome back for the second part of our special edition cash game session. It's a 200, 200, 400 PLO. And it is a six-handed affair. And just one loser here tonight so far, down almost 200,000 euro, Renato. And you gotta love this guy. You gotta tip your hat to him. Up, down. Up or down, the guy still has a smile on his face. And it's a testament to what a character he is. My co-commentator, Eddie Bravo, who was with us earlier, hopefully he's going to come back, made mention of this on a few occasions of what a gentleman Renato is. He certainly is an absolute pleasure to get him on the table. And I've great news, people. Eddie is back in action. He really is. What a pleasure. He's actually brought me a beer. What a gentleman. Absolute gent. Eddie, you know what? You're becoming my favorite person really quick.
I go to the bar manager and ask him if they have Guinness here.
Yes.
And he said no, but he will order it. And
Okay.
from tomorrow they will have like, not draft, but in bottles.
Okay.
It's good anyway.
Okay.
And now he recommend me like the Czech kind of Guinness beer, like dark beer,
Cool.
called Bernat. And I have to say it's not too bad.
Yes, yes. Looks good, looks good.
Cheers.
And cheers to you, Eddie. This is the first hand back. I think we're going to go for 100 hands tonight. That's the plan. It's kind of slowed down. I mean, the first half an hour, I thought, wow, this is just going to escalate so quick. But it really has kind of cooled off, and it's a very relaxed atmosphere. We passed the table there, you know, just on the break, and the guys are just chilling. You know what I mean? Now this guy's stuck for 200 grand, Renato.
Yeah. Jachman had a very good hand to raise from the cutoff, and Leon's hand was not too bad. I mean, it was not a call, it was a clear fold, but for Leon, normally he would call this hand, but because he's like in front, today he's playing
I think he's
much
up
more
about,
passive, and
yeah.
I mean, he played right from strategic point, he played better than he would like play more hands. But this is bad for the action.
Yes,
We
yes.
all want to
And
see blood, right?
But this is the way, this is it. I mean, any guy that's playing proper strategy, he's bad for action. Do you know what I mean? This, you know, I mean, he's up 120 grand, and it's going to be hard to get that money off him. But as you say, anything can happen. One, two hands, things can turn in this game so quickly.
I mean, this is PLO. He could easily have like top set, get it in, and lose against any kind of combo draw or something
that could
like
set
this.
things in motion.
And this could change. And this is part of the game. I mean, we know that in PLO, often big hands run against each other. And we will see this for sure. And now we have aces, and even not too bad aces. And Renato, he's big dominated by Leon's hand. But I think Renato in this mood now, he will raise, Leon will re-raise, and they will play a big pot.
And it's in, just as you say it, Renato gets his 40,000 euro over the line, and he's a big dog here. Would you believe he's a 9-to-1 shot?
And it's a 90k pot, or almost 65k, 85k.
So he's looking for spades,
Or diamonds.
running fours, spades or diamonds, absolutely.
No, only jacks.
And there's not many jacks left.
It's just one jack left.
A four in the river is no good. Am I right? Oh, would be, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And Leon is becoming richer and richer and
He's up
richer.
to 200k now, Leon.
And he started with how much?
I think he bought him for 20,000. No, that's what the
Amazing.
graphic said, and I was kind of really surprised. But I mean, I haven't seen him buy in short. Like I've never seen it. You know what I mean? But maybe. I mean, that's what the graphic said.
I mean, I feel like Leon feels the pain of Renato. So Leon is very quiet and he makes like no jokes, and
Yeah.
because
yeah.
of respect of his friend, I think Renato is also a good friend and business partner of him.
Totally
And
get it. If that was Rob or Jan Peter, now there'd be lots of banter.
a lot of
and
needling
Yes,
and-
yes, absolutely. I totally get that. And John Jenna, not really involved in much, not getting a run at all, John Jenna. And he dumps the 3-2s, rightly so, and the Wolf has the queens. And it's Yachman with the King 9-7-7 and Renato with the Ace 8-8-7. So it's a
This is-
1600 straddle, so it's starting to... Renato reloaded for 100,000, so we're well over the 500k mark now.
Yes, and now we can see the first 200k pot of the night. Now it's possible.
So the Wolf is raising
It's
here.
raising here. Yes, this hand shouldn't be really be in your 3 or 4 bet range, but in this case, he knows Renato's calling everything, and he's calling like with the really craps bullshit hand. This is really no hand you should call
And
down.
Leon has smashed this again. And look at the Wolf. He's hit the bottom 2 pair,
Yeah.
and Leon with the big 2 pair. And there's 20k out there already, and Leon's going to bang in this pot straight away. Leon is
I-
also the backdoor spades.
Yes, I like the lead of Leon because this is really a hand who can lose really hard easy, because if we have like ace king
Jack,
jack,
yeah,
you know, there are a lot of cards.
of course. And look, it's all in, and the Wolf is in real bad shape. Leon's never folding here.
Never.
Well, it's not much more. It's 30,000.
Yeah.
Leon's bet was more or less putting him all in if he followed. There was 21k out there. Leon bet out 21.
Yeah.
I think the Wolf had just
And
30
the
behind.
Wolf is in really bad shape.
Yeah, 25%. And I don't even understand why he's that high. Can you
Yeah.
explain that to me? Well, I suppose he's
Yeah,
the
he have the
backdoor
queen.
straight. He's the queen is good.
And the backdoor straight and the backdoor
yeah,
flush.
yeah, okay, but it's over now. Yeah,
Yes.
queen. He was dead going into the river there. The queen wouldn't have made a difference. Is that right? Yeah.
One more time, fool.
Yeah, Renato is laughing because he is hitting nothing, and Leon get the nuts immediately and hits even the,
Strong,
the
yeah,
small.
yeah, just-
his set his pocket pair on the
Yeah,
river.
dead. Yeah, the queen
And
is dead. Going into
Renato
the
is
river.
laughing. He said, "I hit nothing," and he had hit like everything and more.
And Renato is signing here. Oh, that's for the last reload. Obviously, he's
Yes.
not.
Yeah.
So he's playing about 90 odd grand in front of him. I thought he might be reloading again. And now the Wolf's just going to sit back and have a coffee and just ponder his next course of action.
Now it could be a little bit. Before this end,
Yeah.
everybody except of Renato was plus. Everybody,
Yes,
and you don't see this very often.
yes, just
Okay.
one. Yeah, yeah.
So you need 2-3 players who are minus, that the game gets like a little bit spicier. And now we could have a good hand again. Leon have naked aces. And Renato have like a hand that he overvalues for sure now, because he is like how he plays at the moment. For him, this hand is a really good hand, even if it's not a really good hand because he have no suits.
So the Wolf was on the 800 straddle. John Jenham was in for 800. Kurt was in for 800. Now the raise from Leon on the button with the aces.
Renato will call for sure. Yachtman calls, and John Jenner calls. I don't know. Yusuf said he calls as well.
So top 2 pair for Yachman.
Yes, and Renato have a gut shot and top pair.
Top pair, top kicker with the good shot.
Yeah, and Dawood has
It's a two-way good
yes.
shot, yeah. The 9 or the king gives him
Jenna
a straight.
has up and down and the pair. So everybody hits something.
And Leon goes from favourite to just 19%.
4,000 times. It's 20, yes, 20,000. 20,000. The pot is 12,000. It's okay.
5 times 4.
Okay, so Yakman's betting the pot here with top 2. He's going to get action, I think, from Renato here. I think Leon's going to drop the aces, and Renato does call the 20,000. And now the diamond, that's going to slow things down. The paired board with the diamonds.
Yeah.
But there's 60k. Renato can steal this, Eddie.
Now it's a yes. It's a really good card to bluff.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I don't think Yakman's going to call here, is he? But he's just 40 behind.
Look, whenever Renato like overpair Yachtman, I mean Yachtman have no more value in the hand, but because it's Renato, he maybe call, and it would be a great call.
But it's so likely Renato was flat calling with the flush draw.
But
Given that Yakman was blocking,
yeah,
the straight draw as well.
Okay, the question is, when you have just a flush draw and now the both pairs, would he bet into Yachtman?
Brilliant, Eddie.
Because
brilliant.
Yeah,
This is what's going through Yachtman's mind.
Yachtman's range is, I mean, the top of his range is set here. He could have easy set of queens or jacks, and
it gets through.
Yeah, it's very good.
He steals
and now Jan
And he
Peter could be steaming.
Yes, and Renato shows.
Because he lost but if he called, he had like 180,000 K-pot.
But he's down to 40,000. So even after scooping that big pot, he's still 210,000 in the hole.
Yeah.
The Wolf down 30,000, and it's all about Leon here, isn't it? Almost a $250,000.
Yeah, Yachtman is even now, and Leon is crushing, and everybody else is like in a place where, you know, when you are playing break even, you don't want to risk like too much, and this brings you sometimes to a spot where you don't play like your best poker, because you don't want to get in this situation where you are stuck. You were like up 10, 20 grand, you feel comfortable, and I mean, you shouldn't never think about this. Good players don't do this, but we are all you know, human beings, and we all have leaks in our thinking and everything, and that's why this is what will infect the game of this guys who are playing. There are
and this is Eddie. I mean, at the end of the day, okay, it's look. You can go on a run of cards, whatever. You can go on a bad run. You can go on a heater, but it's the player with the mental strength, with the determination, the tenacity, like that real grit. That's the guy that gets up at the end of the session with the chips in his rack. Am I right?
Yeah, that's why like mental coaching is like a big thing in poker at the moment. You know, there are a lot of guys who offer mental coaching, and I know a lot of my friends who are spending a lot, and I'm working for myself as well. A lot of mental coaching. I have no mental coach, but like I studying things on the internet or buying books. I mean, the poker mindset is like the first book who was offering a lot of input for psychology and all the stuff. And it's not about just reading it and then you are protected against tilt. It's not like that. You have to work and work and work, and you still get tilt, and you still have to work and ask yourself after the session, did I do my best, or what can I do better in the future? And that's a big part of the game.
That's
of
really
successful
interesting,
players.
the points you're making, Eddie, because particularly in cash games, I mean, it's such an important attribute to have, is that mental strength, that tenacity, that stickability to, even when things go against you, that, you hold in there, you stay in. I mean, it's a huge characteristic that the successful players depend on a lot. And
For myself, I have a lot of leagues in this case as well. Still, I play a lot with Jan Peter. When it's not running well, it's the same with him. I mean, he is a very good PLO player. He is living from that business and everything, but still he have leagues. So even I saw so many good players where I think so, oh, they are playing professional and everything, but when they are on the downswing,
I know
it's like human.
I mean, it's so like exactly what you're saying, Eddie. I mean, straight away comes to mind one of my good friends, Andy Black. I mean, he's an inspiration in the poker world, But he absolutely was. He was the first in Ireland, to play that super aggressive game back 15, 20 years ago, And he's adjusted his game all the way through. I mean, he really is. He's so impressive, Andy. I mean, he really is a top-class tournament player and cash, very successful cash player. But when things don't go well, I mean, I've seen him actually explode, and it seems to be a trait with the very talented players, like you said, even with Jan Peter being very successful. I mean, how many people can make a living off poker? Not many is the answer.
Not many, yes.
But Jan he stood the test of time. But and he's extremely talented. Like he's a huge winner. But these talented people, they're susceptible to this. What is it? Why is it? Is it because they're so used to the feeling of winning and being ahead, and when things go against them, then they just it's a hard thing to. It's a hard part of your personality to cultivate, to be able to handle that.
Yeah, we have a really interesting hand here. Leon have aces again. I mean, he had aces for the 6th or 7th time today.
And they're not bad aces either.
Yeah, he is close to the best hand you can have in Omaha. So it's ace, ace, jack 10 double suited, and this is ace, ace, jack 1-time suited.
This is incredible. I mean, he's hit it too hard, but it's probably better 2 aces rather than 1, because you get 1 ace, they're definitely putting him on an ace, but with 2 maybe,
yes,
and
so
a 5 or an 8 here on the river.
So Renato now have 2 5s, so he blocked the straight. So if you don't put Leon on
the Wolf is putting
full
money
house
over the line here. And look you're just going to see a flat call 100 times out of 100 here. Leon's just going to flat, and that'll probably save Renato.
Yeah, Renato have no space for bluffing anymore. And
who was that laughing? Who was laughing? Was that Renato?
No, it's Renato. And he is the only guy who have the right to laugh at the moment.
Yeah, of course.
I got a 2-5.
Yeah, straight. 2 and 5. Straight, that's it. Wow, good fault. You can have us alone, Astas?
No. Renato say he have 2 5s, and Jenna understand he have 2 5 to straight, but it was not the truth. 2 5s for the blockers just.
And have nothing and raise before 8,000. 2 aces, normal. 2 king, 2
Leon is like a big hole where everything drops in at the moment.
Now it's a robot. Computer. Like books.
It's really spiced up since the short break we had. And if you've just joined us, that is a 200, 200, 400 PLO 6-max game. Finton Gavin is my name. My co-commentator and good friend is Eddie Bravo. And I really appreciate you coming in and giving us your insights. It really is interesting. And for you guys out there, thanks so much. 9 High Like a Boss in the house. I'm not sure, is that my friend Will? I don't know. Principal, how are you? And Marcus is there. Sketchy. Meanville, thanks so much, guys. We really...
So someone asking is if Ace Ace Jack 10 is better than Ace Ace King King. Of course, when you run both hands against each other, Ace Ace King King is better than Ace Ace Jack 10. But Ace Ace Jack 10 is the hand when you put the overall range against all hands.
Against all hands, yeah.
All hands, you has the most equity. So that's why you say that Ace Ace Jack 10 is the best hand in PLO. And really, this is the hand you want to have. You know, you want flop top set with a straight.
King, Queen, Ace.
Or with a straight draw or whatever.
Yeah.
If you flop top set with Ace Ace
Ace
King,
8, 9.
yeah, King King is worthless, you know. And you want to have that your opponent have kings when you have aces. So that's one of the reasons.
So middle set here for Leon. He's really hitting these boards hard. But that's a wrap for Yakman. Am I reading that right?
Yes.
No, it is. Yeah, 9 ball. He's
He
looking
have
for
he have a up and down
2A. Yeah.
and a pair. Yachtman have up and down. Renato has up and down and a pair.
John Jenna with the aces and the nut flush draw. He's going to continue here if it's checked
For
around
sure,
him.
for sure.
But
He's on
Leon
the
bets it
button.
out, and I love this Leon. He really is betting out his hands. He's building up the pots when he has it, and his hands are holding, and he's big favourite here. John Jenna with a decision on the button. It's going to be for all his money. If he puts another 50, he's got to go with it or not. Am I right, Eddie?
Yeah, it's a very draw-heavy board. I'm not really sure what Jenna will make. If he just flats or if he goes all in here. But he's not that deep, so we have just 54k behind, so he can't put it in. I really don't know what he will do to put it in.
And the reason he's putting it in because he wants to get 2 cards to his flush. Instead of paying 15 grand for 1 card, he's putting in 50 grand to get the 2 cards. And
No, you love the flop. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
You have the backdoor straight with the 5-4. He love the flop. No, it's not like the best flop, but when you have aces, you want to flop something like this. And this board is like really, really draw heavy. So when you have one of the draws, so
now what's Renato going to do? He's 100 grand behind.
he have a clear fold. Because when he's against like a draw with ace, king, queen, his
He's
hand
yeah.
is so dominated.
Yeah, the king coming is dead. He knows. Yeah. Well, he wants to
And
gamble.
ace, king, queen is the range of his opponents very often. But he is stuck, and he will probably call, and he will probably win. Leon is just calling.
Should Leo not have
Yes.
closed the action there and isolated?
Yes, for sure. He should never call there because, I mean, Renato, when he have jacks, he will raise and he will call anyway. So
Yeah.
it's better
Yeah.
when you have like the set, when you play just against one
Yeah.
opponent. I think he make a mistake by not
Isolating John Jenna. Yeah. It's a big decision here, but as you say,
I mean,
if he works it,
sorry when I
yeah,
interrupt
go
you.
ahead. Go ahead.
I have something in my mind. So Renato have to call 38k for 170k. So he get a very good price to draw fours up and down straight. And yeah, he make a really good fold.
But he's only drawn to an 8, wasn't he? A non-diamond 8. And he's
Probably.
figured that out.
So that was a really disciplined and smart fold.
Gotta open down. First no flush draw. Open down, not flush. Kein flush. Kein flush. Dama carry now. Dama carry. Open down.
Go 3.
Jetzt hat Daoud auch noch den Gutshot.
That's a
Das war's.
no
That
good.
was it.
5 in the river.
Yeah.
John Jenna.
I gotta open
It's the same story here in King's Cash, King's Special Edition. It's all about Leon. He's absolutely crushed this game so far. I think he's up 300,000.
Amazing.
300 grand, I believe he's
And
up.
now the game spice up. The Wolf is minus, John Jenna is minus. Now the game starts. You will see.
And Renato is minus 200 grand.
Yeah. And John Jenna reloads 100k. This is 25k chips, and now you have 4 guys in the red. Jan-Peter Jachtmann is close to break even, okay, but the other guys are close, minus, and now you will see the game will start.
700,000 euro on the table.
Amazing.
Quickly heading for that 1 million mark. And how big did that pot get, Eddie?
The biggest?
What was the biggest pot we've had so far? About 160, 170 grand?
Yeah. I think less than this. It was between Renato and Leon.
Yeah.
Renato had like 60k behind, so it had to be like 130,000.
130,000 so far.
And yeah, probably we'll see the 500k pot. I mean,
If it continues in this style, certainly will.
so John Jenner had a good hand from the cutoff to raise. Court has a double suited mid connector hand. Still, I don't love it, but he can call, and Leon had a double suited ace-high hand with the pair. And
Kurt on the button. He has flopped the club draw
yeah, but
with
nobody
the
has.
cut shot straight.
They would have had the best hand by far because he was dominating the other ones as well. And now he's like, he had no equity in the hand anymore. But he wins just with aggression.
It would be huge. We raise. I think it was only one raise. So we have a one touch.
700,000 euro real money on the table at the moment. You're watching a 6 max, 200, 200, 400. And the story of the day is about Leon Sorkinik, the boss here, the casino founder and owner. 300,000 plus profit. You can see his massive stack there. And the player on our very right is Renato, the businessman from Bosnia-Herzegovina, who's in the hole for about 200k.
I did half a million from nothing. You did that.
I make from 130. I buy in 130 last buy.
Last time I
No, I know. Me and you have big swings. We play. We don't know how to close the boutique.
just don't have a swing. It just got in my way. The first hand I triple up.
So, Finton, where is your home base?
I'm from-
You're from Ireland, I know.
Yeah,
but you
west
still,
of Ireland, Galway is it.
You still live there?
Yeah, it's a tourist town on the west coast of Ireland, a beautiful city. Just
Galway
about
girl.
Galway
from-
girl, that's it, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
About 100,000 people, full of tourists and students. And
And it's
Yeah.
because of this Ed Sheeran song, you get more tourists.
well, actually, that song was like famous way before Ed Sheeran. There was, like, you know, it's a big hit. But Galway is now for 2020 is the European city of culture, capital city of culture. Yeah. So yeah, it's absolutely buzzing. It's a really prosperous.
So 2020, I can visit you.
Oh,
and
please do.
you show
You'd love
me,
it. I
yeah.
promise you'd love it, Eddie. I guarantee you would.
Yeah.
And I'll get you a game. I'll get you a really good
Okay.
game. It'll be in a pub. There'll be no dealer. Okay.
I
But you're
think I
gonna
will
love
love it.
You will
I
love it.
think I will love it.
Absolutely.
I have,
It'll be a 50 rebuy.
you know, I'm a big fan of Irish whiskey.
Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Well, yeah, yeah.
So Jameson is like my
Oh,
favorite
yeah.
brand.
Yeah. Good, good, good.
And of course I love Guinness. And so I really, really like to visit you there.
Brilliant, brilliant. Well,
So we have an interesting
this
hand
is
again.
brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah, Dawood had, or John Jenner, always confusing me, have the top set here, what is the nuts at the moment.
And
the
it's
wolf,
the wolf with a
yeah,
wrap.
had a wrap.
Yeah.
And
What's Renato doing
and
here?
Renato have two pair.
Okay, he's two
I mean-
pair. Okay, I understand
I
this.
mean,
Yeah.
he can call because
Yeah. And
it's not likely that someone have like top set. He is
Course,
very
course.
unlucky.
but if he hits the 9, he's in trouble. If he hits a set, he's in trouble. He's probably
Yeah,
thinking.
he's really unlucky in this
Yeah.
spot.
So the set of 7s now goes into a big. Oh, the wolf is still 42%.
No, this is not true.
That can't be right. No.
No. If you have the flush draw, yes, but without the flush draw, it's not possible that you have 42%.
I don't
equity.
understand that. Yeah.
So let's break it down. You have like 13. You have 16 outs for the straight. So 60. Oh, 60. So you have to be like 30% equity maximum.
Yeah. 2 to 1. 2 to 1 dog. I would have said. I don't understand that, Eddie, at all. So what cards does he have? Any ace, yeah, and he gets there.
You have the ace, the 3, the 4, the 6, and the 8.
7. Oh, the 8. 3, 4, 6, 8. Yeah. How did that pot stay so small? I'm thinking there's something wrong here, Eddie, because with top set and the wrap, how is
no,
it?
no, it's right. Now
Oh,
it's
now
right.
it's all in. Yeah,
The
yeah.
wolf is all in,
Okay.
and John Jenner, of course, calls with a set. Okay, let's break it down again. I'm just curious. So we have 4 aces.
Yeah.
You have 3 threes,
Yeah.
3 fours.
Yeah.
This is 10. You have 4. You have 3
Sixes.
sixes.
Yeah. 13.
And you have 4 eights.
4 8s.
17.
17 outs.
So 17 outs. It's like
35%.
35%.
35%. Yeah. So.
So I'm not really getting it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But probably this system counts all the cards they are
Yeah. That were
discards,
discarded
Yeah.
pre. Okay.
and then probably
Okay. That's what
we
it
get
is.
the 42%.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Because he's a higher chance, depending on the cards discarded, he's a higher chance of hitting. Okay. So he could be like 7. He could be like 17 out of 44 or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. I get it. Okay, that makes more sense. And what's after happening here is the wolf scooped and Jenna's reloaded again. Is that right? The wolf hit the straight that time.
I
didn't
don't.
it?
I don't know. I don't think that he reload because John Jenner started the hand with 100k.
Okay, and the
And
wolf.
he
Yeah, I
wolf
get
had
it.
just
Yeah.
20. Yeah, 40k now. Yes.
So I mean, Kurt is up 14,000. He started with 40. He's up to 54.7. But I mean, look at that, Leon. 323,000. It's not bad for a couple hours work, Eddie. Huh?
It's. I mean, most of us will never see this amount in the hand in their lifetime, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But I mean, watching these games, and I always tell my friends who are, successful PLO cash players, there's a huge tradition of PLO in Ireland. Some of the best players
Yes,
come
I know.
from there, And I'm always boasting to them about massive games I witness over in Kings, And I'm constantly saying you should get over there. You could run up a 20k bankroll up to hundreds of thousands. But I mean, it can wipe you out completely. A game like this, if you're not rolled for it. And I'm guessing that's why you don't see many pros taking shots.
I see so often here. Um, Before Leon was playing a lot in the casino, what and I see so often that young guys try to take a shot. They like get money from their friends together. They pool the money and try to get a shot against Leon. Sometimes it's work, but on the long run, I don't know nobody who's like winning a lot except of Jan-Peter Jachtmann. I think Jan-Peter Jachtmann, there was a time he went big from Leon, but except of this, I know nobody who was on the long run ahead against Leon.
That's
And-
incredible. Absolutely incredible.
And there is like a really good reason for this. You can win once, you can win twice, but there is one point where Leon hits against you really hard.
And you're decimated.
Yeah, and then you're
Yeah.
finished.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like
That's
when
the
you are a
danger.
short stake in a tournament. Like for instance, there is one guy with 300 big blinds. And you
Yeah,
have
and
two-
you're getting
you
it
have
in
two big
ahead. You're
blinds.
getting it in ahead
Yes.
every time. But
Yes.
you're gonna get. You're
You
gonna
double
get.
one
Yeah.
once, twice,
Yeah.
but after the fifth time,
Yeah.
he get you and then you are finished again.
Yeah. And that's what cash games are about, bankrolls. Now, come here. We've an interesting point here from OMHPOZ. And just discussing that 42% equity that the Wolf had with the wrap.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it's not because of discards. They have 4 cards each plus the 4 on the board. So that's 12 cards minus the, right, okay, 40 cards left. And he has 17 out of the 40, which would make 42%. Wow. That's incredible, isn't it?
Yes, but you know, when you play regularly, you can't always count like this because
Yes.
you don't know which cards are dismissed. You know.
Yes,
And
yes.
you can say there are 40 cards that you.
Yeah, but
you have to
yeah,
count
you're
the
s-
cards.
yeah.
You don't know, and you just know the community cards and your own cards. So you just know at the turn 8 of 52 cards.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that's why you have like you can count like this. But the system now, which cards are not in are marked and don't count it, and that's why we had other numbers then. But when you play for yourself and you don't have the information, you know you have when you know
Yes.
your cards and
Yeah, so that's out. That percentage is out by 4 cards, if you know what I mean. Because it should be 8 cards discounted.
yeah.
It should be 46 cards.
Yes.
So it should be 17 out of 46,
46,
which would bring it down to just under 40%. Anyway, listen, that's interesting stuff. That's the equity. That's the overlay showed. Thank you so much for your comments, guys. We're looking at a really incredible game here. And it's all about this guy, Leon. 440,000 stack. Bought in for 20,000. I mean, it's just incredible after 2 hours.
Do you know the guys from Party Poker, Leon? The big fish and these guys. You know them? Miami guys.
Keep your comments coming, guys. We really appreciate the contributions.
Do you make some games in this house?
a good way like to train how to calculate like your outs is there is an app I think on Android where you can really train to calculate how many outs you have in form that you have always the same structure. So when you see
Yeah.
you have this structure of draw that you always know you have 13 outs or 16 outs or 9 outs or whatever.
Yeah.
And there is an app, I think it's free, I don't know. I trained with it like a couple of years ago and it was really helped me to spot really fast in the game. Not that I have to count because you know you have to focus on other things. Not
Of course, of course,
I can really appreciate this for all the beginners.
of course. And I think Andre is the one commenting here. Is that you, Andre? Please reveal yourself. I had the pleasure of witnessing some really good Omaha sessions with Andre. Quality act. He got the player of the festival here last year. I think he did. I think he won the package for the championship over in the States.
No, Renato flops huge, but I don't think that court will continue, and he is really the wrong player.
So an 8 or a 10 would be bad news for Kurt. But Renato will probably end it here with a bet. Kurt checks into him. Does Renato he has to reveal himself at this stage? And Kurt's not putting a penny more into this pot.
When one of the other players maybe had like the idea to bluff or whatever, or I mean, it's kind of semi-bluffing when you have two pairs in your hand on this board, but he's not the right player to do this.
And it is Andre. Unpause is Andre. He came second for that leaderboard at last year's festival. And sorry about that, Andre. I thought you actually won it. Wasn't trying to rub it in.
The guy's asking if this game is short-handed, and this is short-handed. This is a 6-mix game, but you can always run it up to like I think 8-handed game.
Yeah, I've seen PLO 8-handed PLO here.
That's possible from the technique, but I think the players agreed to play just 6-handed, and it's better for the action. I love short-handed games, so I think my best game is like when we play 6-handed, and full ring PLO is quite boring. And
well, the full ring, you've less players entering the pot in the full ring. Am I right in saying that?
Your range, pre-flop range, have to be much tighter.
Yeah, because every card is out.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it's the people not put their money in pre-flop with like medium strength hands, and that's why short-handed games are much better for the game and much better for audience when you stream. 6-handed is a perfect format. Arbor is asking, is this a cash game? Yes, this is a cash game. This is real money.
And
they are not joking.
Over 700,000 euro on the table right now. And we're looking at the Wolf versus Renato. Both these players behind for the day. Renato stuck big time. And he bets out here 5,000. And the Wolf looking to hit the straight. Doesn't happen for him. But he does make 2 pair on the river. But the aces, it's a straight to the 10 for Renato. He's not putting 20,000 in here. I can't believe this.
Very bad call.
I'm really surprised.
It's not a bad call because he have just 2 pair or whatever, but Renato's bluffing here with like a better 2-pair or even a set. You know, even if you have a set, he can have the idea like to put his mate hand in the bluff. You know, that's why it's really a bad call. He beats really nothing. And what is the pure bluff there? Which hand is a pure bluff? It's king, queen, 10, jack. And that's not the hand he will continue on the flop, turn or whatever. So I think that was not so fantastic call. And now he's angry for himself, I think. When you have top 2 pair there, then it's a bluff catcher for sure. But his hand wasn't even a bluff catcher.
He was behind at all stages there. He did hit 2-pair in the river, but that filled a good shot straight to give Renato the nuts. And you can see the wolf is frustrated. And Josef Kurt from Vienna calls on the button. Queen 10, 9, 6. And it's Renato, ace 6, 4, 3.
This is
it's
this
quality stuff.
This is maximum like a limp, whatever, never raise from the big blinds. I mean, when he's on the button, okay. When he's on the hijack, okay, cut off, whatever. But from the big blinds,
So 3-way here. Kurt has position on the button versus Renato and Leon.
as Renato hits,
And Renato, unbelievable, 2-pair. Couldn't have been much better. He's 2-pair with the backdoor nut spades and the backdoor straight. And I think he's not going to get any action here. And of course he's going to show the 2-pair. And very careful not to show the other 2 cards. So we're well over halfway through this cash game special. It's a 200, 200, 400 PLO 6-max game. We're live from Kings and Rosvedov. We're right smack in the middle of the WSOP circuit. If you're in the region, there is a 1 million guaranteed tournament starting this week. Yes, 1 million. And the day 1A, I believe, is Friday. Yeah, 2 o'clock on Friday. And you can play also Saturday, day 1B, and then Sunday, day 2. And we're going to be bringing you this action on Sunday on our live stream. Going to bring you the final table on the Monday. We're going to be with you right through the bracelet events. The WSOP Europe proper starts then. And we'll have several cash game sessions. Really promises to be some really exciting poker content here on the Kings Casino channel. So Leon on the button. And Leon's flopped the up and down straight with the backdoor spades. 2-pair and the straight draw for Renato.
Renato actually have no straight draw.
Oh, sorry.
You just have 2-pair.
Yes, 2-pair.
You have a backdoor straight and a backdoor flush.
Backdoor clubs, backdoor straight. Kurt's checked. Renato fires out 46. Leon's going to peel a card here, I believe, Eddie. And now the backdoor flush draw comes on the turn. It's check down. 4 spades. 2-pair wins.
Renato will win all the small pots now. It will help him to recover a little bit, but it's important for the mood, you know. When you start
Absolutely,
winning,
yeah. If you can get a few pots together,
you get your confidence.
you get the
back
belief,
and,
get the belief back that okay. I mean, he was stuck for 200 grand after a couple of hours, which is. It seems like a mountain to climb that you say, right, I mean, they all come into this game with the expectation and hope. They'll all have different, you know, goals and targets or whatever, but they all expect to win. I mean, let's get that straight. Every one of them, you know, from the weakest to the strongest, everyone expects to win here. And when you go down that much money so quickly and you think, what the hell, you know, I mean, your goal and dream is just smashed straight away. It's so tough, isn't it, to just settle down and, you know, it's...
And on the other thing, I mean, it's a live stream. It's nobody wants himself, you know, be on the internet as a big loser. You know, that's even. I don't know if they think about when they play, but Yachtman had a very good hand here with like 3/4 and the ace-8 flushing clubs.
And this is
some
flop, nut flush draw versus the made straight. And the wolf bangs out 1500. Clubs come, pairs the board. Will it slow things down? Or does Yakman lead here? I think Yakman's going for the lead. Looks like 4,000 into a 5,500 pot.
And the wolf is still calling and he's throwing that. And of course he hits.
Well, he had the made straight on the flop.
Yeah.
And the king just makes a bigger straight. Oh, he just, did that go check, check? Hold on, am I reading this right?
Why you not play? Huh? Why you not play? I play. But come
Did that go check on the river?
on the 10. I play for them, but can't play.
Jan Peter played the perfect line there.
And flash.
He just can't to play check call because the king is like really scared card. He have definitely kings in his range and kings with the flush draw and whatever, and that's why he played perfect. He just checked. When the wolf bets, he call and that's it. You give the wolf space to bluff. Unfortunately, the wolf hits the straight. If he not hits the straights, then he will probably bluff because he has
Course.
check high or
Yeah.
whatever.
But he had the straight on the flop, the wolf.
No, he didn't. It was
8-9 queen. Yeah, he did. He 10 jack.
he did.
Yeah, he 10 jack. He 10 jack king in his hand.
Yes.
8-9 queen. Yeah.
Yeah.
He hit the.
He did? No, there wasn't 8-9 queen. It was 8-9.
Yeah, no, he had the straight, Eddie.
I
I'm
don't
sure.
know. Yeah,
Maybe the
probably
viewers there can.
Yeah, probably yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then you can call the turn because Jan Peter. I mean, it's not 100% that you have the flush. He can have just the ace of clubs and whatever. And
Yeah.
Okay, then it was my mistake. I thought he drawed on the turn for the straight. Jan Peter has now very nice hand. But as you see, because Leon have the queens, Jan Peter's hand is really dominated. And he had so less equity with such beautiful hand. It's amazing, huh?
So basically, his diamonds are dead.
His jack is dead.
Jack's queen's gone. Yeah. He's drawn to clubs, and obviously his straight. Renato as a blocker. To his potential straight. It's 7,000 pre-flop, so we're going to have a 22,000 pot here. before the flop. It's Yakman with position.
When I have nuts, it's geschenk.
And Yakman
This is-
flops the clubs.
This is so bad flop for everybody. But Jan Peter is
He could
pre-flop
win this.
aggressor,
Yeah, absolutely.
yes. And
6,000.
this hits.
It's going to get through. Leon's going to fold out his queens here.
Yeah, this hits really hits very hard this range, and that's why he can continue. And Renato have to fall. I mean,
Shame. But I have a good. It's not a bad flop. It's not a bad flop.
Super Karte hast du.
Ja, das habe ich auch gereist. Der Flop, das könnte besser sein.
So the same story for Renato in seat 8 on the very right hand side of the table. 200,000 down for the day. But he's playing the second biggest stack at the table. He's playing 150,000, Eddie.
who?
Renato.
Yeah,
Even
Renato.
though he's down 200, he still has 150 in front of him. And Leon, massive winner here.
So Renato
300,000 up.
Yes, Renato gets 50,000 back already. So he was stuck 50,000 more. He bought in with 100k.
Yeah.
So he wins
Yeah.
from his like bottom. He wins 50k back, and now he is like in a spot when he hits Leon one time, he's close
Profit.
to even.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, close to even. Yeah. Yeah. If he can double through Leon, he's the only player that can double him up.
The Wolf lost completely his patience. So you see this very often in Omaha. You think because you have 4 cards, you have to have a pre-flop hand like every second hand, and when you don't have a good hand like 4 or 5 hands in a row, then some guys really lose the patience, and that's really the key. You need still the patience. Omar is a post-flop game, but the most mistakes he makes pre-flop by choosing the wrong hands to play, and that's really the key.
I don't understand what's happening here. Renato is the backdoor spades, backdoor straight. Oh, now he's hit it. Now he's gone. He's hit
he's
2
the
pair
favorite
now.
for
Yeah,
this.
he's gone ahead. He's hit 2 pair. And it's just gone
And
check, check.
Another small 17k pot.
It all adds up.
You know, my biggest pot in my life was 23k.
Really?
Really.
That's incredible.
And you know that I won my second biggest pot against Yusuf Kurt.
Okay, this is the player
Yes. it
on
was
this
a
table, yeah.
It was a 20k pot here in the King's Casino,
Okay,
like maybe 5-6 years ago,
yeah.
when the high roller area was at the back of the cash game
I
area.
know
You
exactly where you're talking about, the original place up on the steps.
Yeah.
There was 5 or 6 tables there.
And I had a really big draw. I get it in on the turn, and we run it twice, and I hit twice time the nuts. I had
Nice.
like a hand, I don't know, 16 outs for the straight plus the flush draw.
And you banked it twice.
And it was close to 20k.
And what in that game? How much were you in for, Eddie, in that particular game?
I think like 5k.
5k. Okay.
It was a 25-25 game. This I know for sure.
Yeah.
And I bought in like 5 times for 1k,
Okay. Okay.
and spin it up to 10,000, and then this hands I double it down against him. And he said, "Okay, guys, probably my last orbit. I have to go." And hey, then he was like a little bit frustrated because he wanted to stay up.
So we're going to see Yakman and Renato tangled here.
Yeah, when the tree hits the turn, I would say Renato is in very big trouble. But at the moment, he have lot of equities though. You have deuce for the straight. You have the spades. And that's it.
Yakman with a spade and a deuce. And you can see Yakman
So this is the card
stays
which,
ahead.
yeah, which slows down the action for sure. Because when Renato have a 6 in his hand, like every kicker makes him a straight. Every deuce, every 3, every 4, every 5, every 7. He's still betting big.
I think Renato's going to call here.
You have to call, yes. Because for Renato it's better that Jan-Peter Jachmann have a straight, then he have like
His
the set.
flushes. Yeah.
Then he have
Yeah.
the set that he have.
Not much.
This would be some move. But if Renato puts him in here, he has to call, surely. With the set.
I mean the question is, if Jan-Peter hits 6-7 straight, he wouldn't bet the turn, you know, because you have not the nuts anymore and whatever. He would go to a check call line, so a raise is not too bad. But 6, 7, 8 is still possible, and so Jan-Peter.
So it's going to be 46 grand in this pot. And that's unbelievable, the 6 comes.
Renato makes the straight and Jan-Peter makes the lower straight. So Renato have the 7 high straight and Jan-Peter had just the 6 high straight. That's why Renato wins now 47k pot for sure. And maybe, yes.
And Yakman has to call.
Yes, Renato is, he thinks he's bluffing. He's not value betting his straight. He's bluffing. And Jan-Peter Jachmann had 30k behind. He have to call 30k for 100k, for 106k.
And the reason being is the spades miss, the clubs miss.
It's really a hard call. I don't know. I probably would fold in this case. It's really a hard fold. But you're right. When like Renato have like overcards with the flush draw, maybe he could have both flush draws. It's really possible that Jan-Peter really could find the call here.
And the fact it is Renato who's been
Yes.
banging it. He's played every pot.
Yes, and,
And every pot he's in, you don't blame Jan-Peter calling here.
Amazing.
And straight away, Yakman will spot it. It might take
Let's see
Renato a
if
second.
if they figure out if
Straight away.
look.
Yeah, Renato
good
said
with-
split, but it's not a split. Jenna is telling him.
I win with Sandy. I'm on the Sandichki. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got a street. Huh?
Yeah.
Jack is with what? It's not straight, no? No, straight what? I got it to 7, he got it to 6. He got it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got it.
Everybody sees.
Yakman says it.
Yay, Renato!
I think it was Renato was the only one that didn't see it.
How you can say who win? Who is the best?
Bravo, he's so sympathetic guy.
Yeah. No, he actually thought it
I
was a
love
split, Renato.
I love it. I love it.
And was Yakman knew straight away what the story was.
Pay attention. What are you doing? You don't even see the straight, and then he wins, you make a lot of mistakes. And then you want to take my last money? I paid 29. I was calculating, you can, yeah, why you want it?
So you say 29.
You make too many mistakes. That's the first. You don't see a side pot at the beginning, and now you're starting with it. You want, why you take it? I counted 29, and now you want to do my last 1,000 for what? I was calling. What else? What do you think? I let the raise?
I would put her live with the race.
Yeah.
Put life in prison. But he's joking. I have to say something. You know, I played in a lot of places.
Yeah.
Of course, the dealers here make mistakes. They are human people.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Um, they dealing for 12-hour shifts. You know.
Yeah.
And of course they will make mistakes and whatever. So calm down a little bit. Okay, it's their job, but I mean they're not getting paid like millions, and
Yeah.
even people like big bank managers, they get paid millions. They make mistakes as well,
Yeah,
and we
yeah.
are all making mistakes. So
Yeah.
calm down, think that
Yeah,
you make
course,
the job,
course,
and
course.
um,
I don't think it was a dealer mistake. I think
the dealer,
like
the dealer, the dealer
he
said
bet 20. He bet 25 on the river.
no.
Yeah.
What he's saying is the dealer said it's a split pot, and then
Oh, the
he
dealer
then
said split.
Yeah,
Oh,
and then
okay.
Renato say no, it's not a split pot. I win, and then even Jan Peter Jachtman said it's, and she still said no, it's split pot, and that was the first one. Then Jan Peter said Renato's right, get him the money,
Okay.
relax, and then Renato put like a lot of chips in.
Yeah,
And I think it was like a pot-sized bet.
yeah. But
And then he counted his money exactly and put the money and called the money.
yeah,
And he had like some
Couple of
K
cou-
behind.
yeah, a couple of grand.
And the dealer wanted to take this money because
yeah,
she
yeah,
thought
yeah.
like Renato's all in, and
putting it. Yeah,
he
I
have
get
to
it.
call
yeah,
like,
totally.
and that's why Jan Peter Jachtman said you make one mistake and now you make another mistake.
Oh,
and
he was saying that to the dealer.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was saying it to Renato.
no,
Okay,
no.
okay, I get you. It's tough. I mean, it's tough for dealers at tables like this because of the personalities, you know. And really, these high rollers, they do make their own rules. Like if they want to tweak the game in any way,
Yeah.
like the game was 100, it was 100, 100, 200, and that was advertised out in the stream, you know, whatever. And the guy said, no, I want to make it bigger. And straight away, you know, the floor go, whatever you want, because they call the shots, you know. And it is difficult for floor and dealers, you know, because, you know, their personalities are so big. But they are the show, though. You know what I mean, Eddie, and rightly so.
You know, it's like sometimes you play and you even realize what you have by yourself, you know. You don't realize that you have a flush or a straight or whatever. And of course the dealers, they can oversee it and have some mistakes in their thinking and everything. Everything is possible. That's why you
Yeah.
have to be very careful and watch and calculate the pots and calculate your money and really, really be on focus, because I mean it's your own money and the dealer can make mistakes. I never say dealer really count my money and take my chips or whatever. I count it, and then you have like a double check. You count it and the dealer confirmed it when it's wrong, you know. So you have like a double check.
Absolutely. I actually missed that. I thought it was Renato that called the split pot, and Yakman was given out to Renato. I missed that one.
No.
But anyway, we're on to the next hand, and Yakman's reloaded for 20,000, and he has the kings
I mean,
versus.
this is the difference between someone like Jan Peter Jachtman, who is living from poker. He reload for 20K, and the
Yeah.
businessman he reload for 100K.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that's the difference. John Jenner have now a very good hand. He just have one pair of nines. Now I'm sure, yes. Jan Peter puts it in just with kings.
And he's going
Two
to be
hands
delighted.
before he hadn't do
Yeah.
this.
I think John might call here because he's
Yeah, you have to. You
and
have
he's
to
6
call.
and he's 7 and he's 9 and he jack.
And it's just 16k more. You know, when you play like with this big amount, it's just 40 big blinds.
And what about Renato here with the up and down and the overpair? Is he going to be tempted? I don't think so, because he's clawing his way back. He's up to 210k now. So he's probably going to be a little bit more selective.
If Dawood calls or John Jenna calls, I'm pretty sure that he will call as well.
You bluff me.
I'm just on tilt, that's all.
Ajde, da ti vratim nešto. Ajde, all in. Karti.
Renato calls,
He just wants to see the cards. And
and
it's
Jackman
like always.
is in
Jan
great
Peter
shape here.
he get a very big gift.
King with nothing. 3-4.
3-1 favourite.
Hey, who's better?
So looking for an ace, queen, or 6 Renato
Better, I'm ahead.
to overturn Jan Peter Jachmann with the Bear Kings. And the ace comes.
Amazing.
Wow.
Amazing. I'm the best, Renato say. I love it. It's so.
No, I pay. I pay. John, I got a one, two pair. I got a big pair. I got to open down. Hey,
Nothing to do. You
must
they
pay.
have 7-9. You want to play with 7-9.
So from he was down 240. He was down 240 grand.
Yes.
Renato, and now I believe he's down about
We will see pretty sure.
70. No, no.
Yes. Probably 70. We will see. I mean, Jan Peter Jachmann has just 20k. With the dead money, I think it was like that he had 26k profit in the end.
You make. I have 7-9-9. I raised. Nobody raised. You have king, king, queen, queen. Nobody raised.
And that is Renato on the button. He's playing every hand. He really is enjoying himself, even though he's still down. He's down about 70k. I'm adding maybe. Yeah, he's down about 60 grand. 60 grand. Is that right?
That's right. 63 grand. He's
Yeah.
exactly down. And when he was down 200k,
240, no,
Yeah.
because he rebought for 100.
270. I think he plays with 300.
He
Total.
plays for 300, yeah. Oh yeah, correct. Yeah. It's good to have someone that can do the mathematics. So, 2 pair here for the Wolf.
The Wolf makes this play like this third time, I think, that he bet bottom 2 pair. And the good thing is like that he have the ace, but this in Omaha this is really a bad play on the long run.
But it gets the job done, and both Kurt and Jachmann fold out.
I mean, there are spots where you can bet bottom 2 pair when you're like in a head-up situation and the range of your opponent is very capped, but not. You don't. It's you don't bet bottom 2 in like 4 or 5 people.
Of course.
And in this case, he was lucky.
Three-way pot. But he was checked on the small. He's in the big blind. He's 2 pair. And you know what? It's not the worst bet because Jachmann's checking, okay? So it's very hard for Kurt to call there because he's not closing the action.
Yes.
So I think it worked. It worked in his favour on that occasion. But back to this hand, Eddie, and it's Leon here, and no surprise, Jachmann on the button is going to play the King Jack 10-6. And this is the first hand I've seen in I don't know how long that Renato hasn't seen a flop.
Last time also he killed us. Last stream also.
Can I lose something? I am like who? Maybe 100,000. You are around 100,000.
Nobody have the flash.
both 2 pair for Kurt and Yachman.
90 we survive.
Yachman have the up and down to go with his 2 pair.
We need to sell something. We need to sell something. We make a new construction.
And Kurt is just going to check this down. I mean,
A jack now and it would be disaster.
check, bet, fold is the order of the day here. I don't think Kurt can go again, and he does go again.
Yeah, he knows that Jan-Peter Yachman have not the nuts, so he have not the nut flush. He could have a small flush, and Kurt is representing this now.
Gets the job done. If you've just joined, viewers, we're at the latter part of a 200, 200, 400 PLO Cash Kings. It's a special edition cash game. We're coming live from King's Casino in Rozvadov. We're right in the middle of our WSOP circuit, and we run right into the WSOPE Europe. We're going to be bringing you the circuit main event on Sunday and Monday, I believe. We're going to be bringing you all the action of that. And right through, Eddie, we're going to have several cash games streamed. We're going to have 3 or 4 days in a row after the circuit final next week. And then we go into the bracelet events. So all the action we're going to bring, I believe we're going to be streaming every day starting from next weekend.
This will be a really hard job for you.
Well, not if someone like yourself is kind enough to come in and liven things up, you know.
Yeah. I think you will find. I mean, I'm not the tournament specialist, so here are so many players. You will
hopefully I'll have a choice.
Easy
Yeah,
someone
yeah. But
for
don't get offended if you know Phil Helmut's here in the box and you come in the door and I say, Eddie, good luck, chop chop, your job's gone, man. You know. Please don't take offense. You know.
So John Jenner.
This is huge for Jenna, yeah.
Have a big straight draw, and Renato have the nut flush draw.
This is massive. So all the money's going in here.
Probably not. I think Renato will probably just check call. He have a gut shot.
Good shot with the clubs. Nah, look at this. All the money's going in. Absolutely. This is Renato, Eddie. And this is Kings. And Jenna is going nowhere.
What is Leon thinking about?
What's going on? Did Jenna fold that?
No, he not folded.
Okay, yeah, of course he called, yeah.
It's always like not so perfect when there is a flush draw and you have the rep, you know, that kills at least 3 to 4 of your outs.
Yeah, sure. So he's a 2-to-1 dog here, and the board is paired.
So go check. And Jenner have just ace king high.
This is unreal.
And Renato will win the pot with eights.
And this is where position is so valuable, isn't it?
Yeah, but
because
Jenner have to bluff, and it's the first he have to bluff because he have nothing, and it could be.
He checked.
Checked.
Yeah, he couldn't find the bet, and now Renato is going to just show us.
Wow, 92k pot with a pair of eights.
And he's right back in there. He must feel like a giant at this table now, having been 200 plus down.
I know what you have.
Bravo, he know what he has.
You now play, I go in.
And he's needling him. You say, I know exactly when you bet, I will call you for sure.
Not a chance. There's no way he's calling 30 grand there with a pair of eights.
Probably
I mean,
yes. Probably
Ooh.
yes. I mean,
Wow.
John Jenner is not betting with
Yeah.
2 queens. He have nuts or nothing, you know. I probably not calling, but he's
But
probably calling.
yeah, but given
You know?
that Renato had the club draw, you know what I mean? You know, okay, it's easy to disregard the missed clubs. So but who knows? This game, I mean, it's so interesting to watch the dynamics, and Renato, it's saying he's up to 291k.
He is just 9k behind,
What a turnaround!
and he have the momentum now.
So Jenna now is the
You see?
player that's really stuck. I'm not sure what he reloaded for. Did you catch a glimpse of that on the screen, Eddie?
I don't know. Maybe he's not reloaded.
Oh, he's still 30 behind, correct, yeah. And Renato now,
Oh, that was a bad
horrible,
check.
yeah,
So
he hit the,
he
yeah, he gave the
them
guys a chance.
chance to improve, and they improve.
Jack Queen scoops. Kurt with the worst straight. And the Wolf wins a small pot.
Yeah, exact. He say it's meine Schuld. That means it's my fault
Yeah, three hits.
because I let you draw.
He checked both the flop and the turn with his trip kings.
The
Gave the
problem-
Wolf a chance.
The problem is here. He have just a king. He have trips with just a 7 kicker. You know.
No good, no good. Yeah.
And it's not too bad, like to keep the small.
Okay, I think
pot small.
I knew there was
Okay,
there was a discrepancy there because
Yeah.
he was down 240,000 at one stage.
okay.
Yeah, so that makes sense. But 240 to be in the hole for 240 and then down 60, that's 180,000 turnaround. That's pretty good work.
That's not too bad.
So there's light at the end of the tunnel here for Renato, and the Wolf here with the aces, and they're not bad, these aces. He has the hearts, Jack 9. He's in the hijack, and John Jenna, who's 30,000 behind. No, he's actually, 48,000. I thought he'd only 30,000.
Yes.
No, he reloaded. Okay.
Yeah. The Wolf have not too bad aces, and John Jenna have kings now. They're not too good.
And Leon calling with tens, 2 suits. Both suits are dead.
That is what
Yakman
I'm-
gets out of the way.
That is what I'm talking about when you look at strategy. Multi-way, the hands really, really play bad. You know.
Okay. So very often, your flush draws are dead, like in this instance here. Jenna has the diamonds covered and the Wolf has the hearts covered, and that is a straight for Renato. Am I reading that correct? 10 king straight. But look,
But Leon have. This is interesting.
it's huge because he's blocking the straight, and he has a straight flush draw.
Yes.
He's only 7%.
But because he have 2 tens, you know, he could have the idea like to bluff.
Yeah, he's checked it here in first position. And Renato flopped the straight,
Yes, and he just not only
and he's
flopped
checked.
the straight.
And it's the Wolf has bet. Wow, how can he bet there? How can he bet that? Well, he has two pair.
This is what I
But
talked
it's,
like half
it's
an hour
so
ago.
wet, that board. I mean,
It's the 4th time now that he bets.
and he's
bottom
committing
2.
himself. 12 and a half in, 30 behind. Renato. Oh, Renato's just flat called. I don't like this. Why? I don't get this. With Leon calling, then Renato just flat calls with the straight with the diamonds out there. And a diamond would be a disaster. It doesn't come though.
I will tell you why this is the right line to choose.
Okay.
But let's see the hand first.
So what does the wolf do here now?
You have to fold. But I don't know how much you have behind.
30k behind.
30k behind. Yeah. He could call because he make this calls like a lot of time. And it's a clear fault.
So the flop, the wolf made a 12.5. Leon flat called with the
Which is a mistake.
he's the tens blocking the straight, and he's the straight flush draw.
Yes.
And then
Leon could like bluff, turn
could-
his
yeah,
hand in a
he
his
could,
bluff,
yeah,
semi-bluff.
absolutely, yeah.
But just flat calling, I think it's like the worst thing you can do. Folding as and raising are both the better options. Renato played the perfect line
But
because
why to explain that to me, Eddie? Because I would have thought, given how wet that board is, okay,
yeah,
there's a draw to a bigger straight. There's the diamonds there. Surely Renato wants to charge these draws.
yes, because you can easily run against someone who have the
King
same
10
straight.
with the diamonds.
We have the same straight. Oh,
I know you have diamond. I don't
Oh.
know the girl.
but Leon folded, right?
Yeah, you buy. Now.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Look my hand.
What you have? What you have?
What are you talking about? It's unbelievable.
Look at the money now.
No, I
Where
think
is
the
it?
graphics are wrong. Leon folded there and the wolf
Yeah,
called.
because they showed the river.
But because Leon
Yeah.
Leon had still his cards in his hand, it showed him winning the pot.
Let's come back to the hand. So,
Yeah, Eddie, talk to me there.
So if you raise and get the money in on the flop,
Okay,
you often
with the
have the
nut straight.
situation. Yes, you often have the situation that someone else has the same straight, but is free rolling you because
With
you
the
have a flush
diamonds,
draw
yeah,
or have
okay,
two
okay.
pair or a set, and you don't want like the situations where you only can split in the best case the money. You know.
Okay,
And
okay.
That's why he played perfect. Like just called it the turn. Wait for no pair board and no flush. You have still the nuts and put the money in a spot where just one card comes and not two cards, you know?
Sure, sure.
And he was really sure that nobody else have the straight, that the other guys have flush draws and sets two pairs or whatever. So you don't want to bring yourself in a situation where you only can lose but not win anymore.
Of course, of course,
And that's
of course.
why he played this hand
Okay.
in GTO perspective perfect.
But the balance there, my line of thinking there in that spot is with a multi-way pot, 3 players,
Yes.
with the 2 diamonds, there's someone on the diamonds, okay? And I have to charge them. If they're, you know what I mean? Why would I give them a free card? Now, I think what you're saying obviously makes more sense. I mean, there's a probability that to go along with the diamonds, they have the same hand. So, I mean, you're in such bad shape, you know? But, I mean, these are the decisions, isn't it, Eddie? These decisions are just crucial.
Yes, but we are playing Omaha. It's not Hold'em, and nobody is folding in Omaha a big draw.
Yeah.
This is like the kind of hands you're waiting for, and that's why it's not the same like in Hold'em. That you say, okay, I know he have a draw, and I want to charge him.
Yeah.
In Hold'em, you often have not that big draw. The biggest draw he can have is like a up and down with a
Flush.
with a flush draw
Yeah.
or a pair and a flush draw and something like this. But here is different world, you know. and that's why I think it's smart to play it like Renato played.
Yakman here with the aces, but
Yes.
he's going to get raised.
He can't probably find a fault because Yusuf is a very
Very
tight
tight.
player.
He's very selective.
Against like other players, he would probably shove.
$200, $200, $400. That's what you're watching. Finton Gavin is my name. And right next to me is Eddie Bravo, regular here in King's Casino and cash game PLO specialist. And a real interesting dynamics now because Renato, it must be feeling so good about himself, having like dug back from 240,000 down. I think he's down about 50k now. So he's scooped back almost 200k, Eddie.
It's amazing.
So Leon raises 18 on the cutoff with the kings, and Renato on the button with the ace queen 7-4. He's certainly going to flat here. Yakman gets out of the way, and the wolf
We have
calls with the
we have
kings.
two hands with kings, and both are just calling.
And Kurt completes to make it four-way. And first to act will be the wolf.
Wow.
And it's a big flop for Kurt. He's hit full boat. But I mean, there's not much going on for anybody else here. Good shot straight for Leon with the overpair. It's checked around.
Wow.
It's just getting better.
This is really bad for Renato now. Because Renato thinks I have top trips with top kicker. I will be really surprised if he's not raising here. Look at these chips.
It's just the customer he
Look
has
at
though.
these
He goes
chips.
for it.
Amazing.
It's all going in here. Kurt is 52 behind. Kurt is absolutely buzzing because he's blocking. He's
Yes.
blocking the quads.
And he can't lose anymore.
And,
he just can't split.
I mean,
In
look at the
best
expression. I mean, this guy,
Case, in best
total
case,
professional.
He can split.
and look at this. He's just
He's just thinking
just
about
displaying
how, yes.
weakness here, just to make sure that he
Yeah.
gets it all off Renato. And all he's thinking is, do I raise now? And you can see John Jenna there just showing Jan-Peter Yakman what he had in a hand previous. Now the problem Kurt has is his position here, Eddie. If he just flat calls, there's the possibility of losing out a bet.
Of course, you have to raise. You have to build the pot, and now it's the right time to raise, and you do it. And Renato thinks maybe, okay, even when you have like Queen 9, I can still
He still has a life
hit-
to the ace.
hit
Yeah,
the ace.
yeah.
But now you will see the bad news.
So it's no possibility of winning. There's a chop. That's why you see 95%. If an ace comes, they chop it. Ten of spades on the river, and this is a huge pot for Josef Kurt
Yeah.
from Vienna, Austria.
So you have like 120k in front of him now, something like this.
And he waited. Very patient, very deliberate. We did pick him out at the very start of the evening, Eddie. He really knows what he's doing, this guy. He's been around for quite a while.
I have the chance, I want to say hello to my son. He's sleeping, I think, but tomorrow he will probably watch the stream because, like, all the guys, he's 10 years old, he's a big YouTube fan, and all
Brilliant.
these heroes are all the YouTubers. They streaming the
Brilliant.
games and everything, and I think he will be very proud.
Brilliant. What's his name?
His name is John Vito.
John Vito.
Yes.
Well, how are you, John Vito?
And yeah, I think he will really like it to see his father on Twitch.
Good stuff.
Or hear it too. And I want to say hello to my friends who was drinking every second week, my best friends, and want to say hello to Alex, Sebastian, Joe, Doctor, I hope, and my friend Lucas, and of course to all my friends I know from here, from poker, from the King's Casino. So I did this job.
And it's an absolute pleasure to have you with us, Eddie.
Yeah, it's really fun. I thought about after the last break to play, but the games were like the tables I wanted to play, they were full, or the games where I can get a seat there were not so juicy, so that's why I come back. That's the main reason.
I counted the games. I counted 17 cash games running there on the last break. But I mean, it's Friday. Tomorrow that's going to increase again, and then we have next week. Then we have the circuit main event. I mean, and then into the. I believe there was 58 or 59 cash games here last year, and I see they've actually put more tables in now in the expectation.
I think
for bigger numbers.
The biggest number of cash games were close to 80.
80.
80.
Wow. What festival was that, Eddie?
Probably it was one of the party poker events.
Yes.
Where they had like 4,000 entries. You know, last week there is the main event of the circuit, but it will not probably like the biggest event because it's 1,600 by an event. It's not like you have like the mass of people.
Yes.
You know, and there are some events like the party poker where you have like 4,000 entries. There you have the mass. You know.
Of course.
That's something different.
Yeah. And
so Jan Peter Yachtman recovers a little bit, and look, Renato lose like close to 100k in 2 hands.
Wow.
He was always be even, and now he's 150k back in the red. Jan Peter recovered a little bit, but he's still minus 56k, which is more for him, I think, than 150 is for Renato.
John Jenna 110,000 down, and Josef Kurt, besides Leon, is the only other winner on the table. The businessman who is a casino owner from Vienna, Austria, well used to the high-stake cash action, runs some games there himself, high-stakes games, I'm told. And right now we're looking at a straddle to 1,600, it looks like, from Renato. And it looks like Jenna has called, Kurt has called, and now Leon is going to pot. He puts in about 5,000, is that right? 8,000 total. So Renato calls, Kurt's called, sorry, Renato's called, John Jenna's called, and it looks like Kurt. So it looks like 4-way, 32,000 pre-flop.
It could be a big pot when we have the right flop. But
And the 9 in the window. Now the board is a bit jumbled up there because someone's folded cards have caught on the RFID.
What's the board now?
I think it's 297. I think.
297.
I think it is. It looks like Leon
Yeah.
just added.
Someone in the chat is confused why it wasn't a split pot with Renato and Yusuf Court. Because when you come from Hold'em, when you have a queen in this case, you have like the best full house possible. But in Omaha, you need 2 cards from your hand, and you are not allowed to just use 1 card. You have to use 2 cards, and that's why he had no full house. He had just 3 queens with the ace kicker.
So in that case, Renato used his queen and his ace, and it gave him trip queens. Yeah,
Ace and the 9. Right.
Trip queens, ace 9.
And Yusuf Court had used queen and 9s, and he had 3 queens,
3 queens
and 2 9s.
with a nice, yeah. So on the flop, he flopped a house of 9s. He was using 9 and queen.
Yes.
Yeah, but then his house got bigger with the queen on the turn. And what a spot for him to be in. I mean, he was basically had his opponent drawing dead to the win. He was 5% to the chop.
And this is something still I will not say experienced players, but people who played Omaha but still recreational players make mistake. Yesterday we had a pot, so flop board ace king 9. The guy bet, not the guy on the table called. Turn was another 9.
And then another 9.
Yes.
And the guy with the ace king is losing to deuces or something.
Yes. And the guy on the who had the ace king was sure that he had that he had a full house.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the other guys had just like, I think it was 10s or something like this.
Yeah.
And he won, and he called the floor man, and the floor man explained to me, said, no, that's not true.
Yeah, yeah.
It's your rules is wrong and whatever. And it was like big discussion yesterday. And this was someone who not played PLO the first time.
What game was this? What game?
This was 5-5.
5-5 game. Yeah, like monkey buy-in or something like that. Just shows you the type of game. Yeah, I know. I mean, ace king 9. You're playing ace king out of your 4 cards, and then it comes 9-9, and the guy with the deuces 7-5 or whatever is actually the winner. That's it's one of the hands that does confuse the Hold'em players.
So in the chat, there is some discussion. I like it, and there's someone saying in PLO sometimes a draw have more equity than like the nuts at the moment. Like
or someone with a set,
top set, and that's really true. And you have even some like 70-30 situations where the draw is far ahead of the top set at the moment. It's really sick.
This is funny. Baratino, most draws miss in PLO.
Most draws.
I have a feeling Baratino's running pretty bad at the moment. But guys, please keep the comments coming in. We do love bringing you this poker content. This is what it's all about for us. This is done as part of a marketing campaign for the casino.
Yeah.
There's no rake taken at this table. It's all paid for this stream, the commentators, the TV guys, it's all paid by the casino, simply to bring you all the action that takes place here in Kings and Rozadov.
Okay, I have a little game for the viewers. So let's say we have a hand with 7-8 and the 4 on the flop.
7-8-4.
Yes.
What's the best? Go on, I think I know the question. Sorry, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Go on.
Okay.
What's the best possible?
So you, Finton, have 5-6 and nothing with it.
What 2 cards do I want with it?
You have 5-6 and let's say ace king. So you have the nuts.
Yeah.
And the 7-8 is in diamonds, and the 4 is like clubs, for instance.
Okay.
And you have 2 opponents.
Have I any diamonds or clubs with the 5-6 ace king? Okay.
You have just the nuts.
Okay.
And you have 1 opponent with 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
and the flush draw.
What other card? Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, 8, 9, 10, 2 diamonds.
And you have one player with top set.
Okay, I'm on the 8 time.
Or any, or
and the
any
top,
set.
the guy with the top set, how many
Okay.
diamonds in his range? Does he have any jacks?
No,
Okay, he's no blockers to my straight.
no.
Okay, I want the 8, 9,
Okay.
10 with the diamonds. That's what I want.
Okay, that was not the question.
Okay, sorry.
So you have the 5-6.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, that's
go on.
your hand.
Okay.
And
I always
No.
lose. I always lose with the mate straight
Okay.
on a flush draw
yes,
board.
and I tell you why.
Why do
What
I
you
have to
think?
have this hand,
Yes.
Eddie?
Why? What do you think? And that's the question to the viewers. What do you think? The 5-6. What is the actual nuts in this board? How much equity we have in percentage? You
Okay.
can write it in the chat box.
Okay, I'm going to keep my mouth closed.
Okay.
Okay, guys, put it in there, and no using card player tools. Just put it in. Come on.
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
We have
Go for it.
30
One
seconds.
chance. Put it in.
30 seconds.
Right now. Bang. One time.
How much? How much percent? So.
Okay,
20,
we're going to
30,
explain.
40?
We're going to explain this again very quickly, right? Basically, you were holding 5, 6, Ace, King, and the board. The flop is 7, 8, 4 with 2 diamonds. You've no diamonds in your 5, 6, Ace, King holdings. Okay, your two opponents. One of them has 8, 9, 10 X, 2 diamonds, and the second opponent has top set of 8s, no diamonds, XX. Okay, guys.
Everybody's putting it in the calculator.
Everyone's going, what are these clowns on about?
Renato, not in my flight. I put 100,000 euro with one pair. No flash. One pair.
Did we miss any action here, Eddie? Looks like a reload for someone.
Yeah, the wolf. Okay.
25
We have
to 30%.
25 to 30. We have 30.
I don't think it's that high, is it? Oh, it could be. Yeah,
It's
it
like
would be.
31%,
It's
38. About 25. About 3.5.
All about. I think that means 35%.
Or
They're all about.
35. Okay.
First villain favorite to win.
Okay, we're not talking about who's winning or who's favorite in the hand.
We're asking the percentage.
What's your equity
Yeah.
with the actual
Flopped
nuts?
nuts. Flopped
So-
nuts. Flopped
So
the
the
nuts
guys,
straight.
the guys in front of you are raising and re-raising, and you have the nuts. Are you calling?
No, you have to fold here. You're 20% because there's all the big straights. There's so many cards beating you. You're never going to win this hand. I never win this hand.
Okay, what
I-
do you think? What's your
I
equity?
think I'm with three-way. I think I'm 22, 23%.
Okay. The correct, like maybe it could be 1-2% more or less.
Okay.
It's something about 12%.
No,
just
don't believe you.
You
Don't
just
believe
have
you.
12%. So we put it now. Now we can put it in the calculator. Okay.
Okay. Card player tools. That is incredible. Meanwhile, Yachman has made it 20 grand with the 3 trip trees, but we cannot see John Jenna's cards. But Jenna does very often bet out on these boards, these paired boards. He could have Ant and John Jenna. So it looks like Jenna bet out. Renato called 6,000, and then Yachman with the trips raised to 20 grand, and John Jenna looks like is going to give it up, and we're going to see Renato fold out on Yachman. Back in business. And I'm not understanding why Renato isn't folding this out. Yachman makes it 20 grand with 17 behind. And he does fold eventually. And we're going to go back to the stats here, Eddie.
Yes, I'm
What's the
still
story?
typing. Wait a second.
Eddie is saying the flop nuts is only 12% three-way versus top set and the wrap with the diamonds. Wolf down 90,000 is reloaded. We're going to be here for 1 hour more, guys. Another 20 hands or so. This is a 200, 200, 400 cash game special. There's going to be several of these sessions broadcast over the next weeks here from Kings. We're in the middle of the Circuit Festival, the WSOP Circuit Festival, with $1 million guaranteed next weekend. That's a 650 buy-in. And you can play on Friday, day 1A, I believe, Saturday, day 1B, Sunday, day 2. We'll be bringing you all the action on Sunday. And then Monday, final table. Fintan Gavin is my name, and I'm joined here with Eddie Bravo, who's just coming out with some ridiculous statements. I mean, I said the flop nuts. I went on the low end. I said it was around 22%, thinking it was around 24, 25. Eddie comes out with something ridiculous like the flop nuts is like, he said 12% or something. And now, I just can't believe this. It's actually 10.3%, the flop nuts. So, Ace King 6-5 on a 4-7-8 board is only 10%. Against the diamond draw with the wrap, the upper end wrap, and the top set. That's incredible, isn't it?
But you was right in one case that the wrap with the flush draw is the favorite.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. Yeah, the wrap with the flush draw. It's quite incredible too, isn't it?
I think she didn't want to work along for you, right?
No, we have the wolf with the set. And the other guys have the guard shot and not really much without. Oh,
There's
court
a
have the
spade,
flush draw.
yeah, spade draw there with the overpair. So it looks, the wolf bet 17,000 and Kirk folded pretty quickly. He's played a smart game, this guy, Eddie. He's played a very smart game, Josef, Kurt. Hasn't done too much wrong whatsoever.
That's his style of playing.
doesn't
I know
put-
him only
yeah.
this way.
He won't put money in the pot on, you know,
Even-
unless he knows
yes.
what the story is, you know.
Even when he played like stakes very much more comfortable, like 25-25, I know him play like this.
Yeah.
So I took her father and they go, security guard, drop them next day to the general to talk. How can someone
Shorty's come out with a 9%,
Yes, but we said
depending what cards.
yes.
Yeah, we said there was, yeah.
it was 5-7-8. We said it's 7-8-4. Yes, even when you put like a backdoor flush, it increase your equity in 2% or any like runner whatever, you know. It's something between 10 and 12%.
Depending on the
But
suits.
you know,
And-
the important thing is, you know, that what you do when you have like the nuts, in this case, are you able to fold it?
Okay, well, I have to put my hand up and say no. What I do there is pot.
Yes.
I try and get the money in the pot over
Yes.
the line, and it's such a
most-
rookie
yeah.
mistake. It's so
Yeah.
bad, you know.
So that's the case. I mean, the most people call or raise or whatever, and then say, "Oh, I'm so unlucky," you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's a real interesting example that you've given there, Eddie. I mean, I just could never believe, and that's how bad I am. I've never run the numbers, you know, but I cannot believe that the nuts would only be 10%. I mean, it's staggering when you think of it, like, you know. And this was an incredible flop, considering all the high cards were out there. Everyone had the same cards, and first to bet here is going to win this.
Yes.
Heart will make things a little more
Yes.
interesting, given both
Yes, no Renato or
Renato and Leon,
Leon.
both with the hearts.
Yes.
Renato. He's down 200,000 almost, Renato.
JPJ said, I have so nice hand from the button, and I really hit no piece of this board.
And Leon doesn't want to see a heart here. And these are the two giant stacks on the table, Leon and Renato. And there's 56,000 in the pot. And the 5 comes. And position is so important here. I mean, Leon has to check this back, surely. He's not, he's going for it. How strong is this, Eddie? And there's nothing Renato can do with a pair of deuces.
You can bluff.
I mean, yeah. That's so strong.
But there's no bluff that makes sense.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, Leon thinks he was bluffing, but he was ahead, and he was fortunate a heart didn't roll off there on the river, because that could have got funky. 2 big stacks there. And that's the scoreboard. 210,000 Renato. 207,700 exactly, and 364,000 profit. Good night's work.
This is not too bad, huh?
It's Ronaldo money.
I got an ace, heads, and 2 heads.
And Squetchy giving us an example here, Eddie. 6-way all-in pre-flop. Aces, and he had the least equity with 11%. Pre-flop.
No, that's. I don't understand really of like if we have if they are all in pre-flop, then you have never just 11% with aces.
Okay,
Because you know you have a lot of you had a lot of split pots, because when someone other have aces,
Yes,
you're just
yes.
winning by 11%, but you're splitting maybe an additional 20-25%.
okay.
So
okay. Well, six-way with
you
it.
have just more equity to
Yeah.
not lose, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean 6-way. So that means like you have like 4 players on anything between like 16 and 20%, and both the aces then on 11 and 12%. Do you know what I mean? Which I mean, I'm taking Squitchy's word for it. Send us the hands, Squitchy. Write down them hands. Dig deep back in the memory bank. We want the suits. We want the whole lot. What's happening, Eddie? Renato with the kings pre-flop. John Jenna with the aces. This
Could be
This-
huge.
is huge. This is huge.
Did he say call or?
He said call. He said call.
Okay.
34,000. So we're looking at 80,000 here in the pot. And is the wolf?
Will call. It's a really
Is
bad
the wolf going to call here?
Call. It's a bad
To-
not to. I mean,
This is going to be the biggest, potentially the biggest pot of the night so far. About to come, I believe.
To take back what?
Is it gamble time for the Wolf? 10, 8, 8, 6. And look how good shape Jenna's in here. He's put chips in. Now, is it just he's just called there? Surely that's the 9 grand has to go in. Do you know what I mean? Well, you know, on the ace king, no clubs, I suppose he can save himself 9 grand. Yeah.
It doesn't change the action.
Doesn't change that.
That would John Jenner will call.
Yeah.
Renato will call.
Okay.
So
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So when there is like a board ace king whatever, he can
Yeah,
fold,
he can save
then
9
he
grand.
saves
Okay,
9 grand.
that's
So
yeah.
I think
and then
I
it
think
and then it rolls off 8-8 on the turn and river.
It's not a call.
Okay.
When you are deep.
Yeah, and look at the flop. He's flopped to straight. He's flopped to straight. Are you watching this, Eddie? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's really. And John Jenner with the best hand by far.
Yeah, is a massive dog.
Is throwing that.
Yeah, and Renato
he
here
just
with
backdoors and whatever.
2 pair, and he also has the good shot straight. The backdoor hearts.
John Jenner folds.
Vito, what do you have, brother? Straight.
The Wolf's going to win a big pot if he can hold here.
It's not 219,000. It's something like 105,000 a pot.
Yeah, he'd only 9 behind. Yeah. Okay, so Renato here. He's looking for a 10 ball. Yeah. Backdoor hearts.
A 9 or a jack.
9, jack, heart.
That's it.
And the Wolf holds. It's the first big pot the Wolf has won tonight.
It's the first.
And he was in such bad shape pre. These guys are a good crack. I think that brings him up even. No, it doesn't. He's still down, I think. We're going to get a scoreboard now.
Again, to the chat, they are discussing like where aces have just 12% equity forehanded. Yes, you're right. You just have 12% to win the hand, but because the other one have aces too, you tie in a lot of cases, and that's why you still not lose. You know, just put all the percentage together, and you will see that there is like a big portion of the equity that is still available for the both aces. So that's the reason you have just 12% equity to win, because the most part of your equity you tie with the other aces. That's why. Oh,
And
John Jenner with the
he has to raise here. He's blocking aces, blocking queens. He has the suited kings.
Yes. And Leon have like a good hand to draw him out.
It's
With
8,000.
this kind of hand, you can call like every raise
when
you have like money behind.
This is huge. Leon has three bet here, but Jenna can only flat call surely.
No,
Even though he's
Jenna-
blocking the aces,
no.
he has to flat. No.
No, yeah, I think it's a call. It's a clear raise because you block aces, and even when you have races, your kings are so good that you know it's unlikely. You're not dominating at least one suit.
And you're spot on. You got it right. You called it, Eddie.
And I think it's a clear race here.
And Renato's going to lose his 8,000 because this is huge. This is a massive pot. It's 150,000 by my mathematics. Ah, come here. Has Renato put money in here? Am I seeing this correct? 33,000. Oh, I thought I thought Leon went all in there. I missed it.
And this is
this is huge.
This is really for John Jenner, really good flop. So you have top pair going with the nut flush draw.
He's not going to get called.
Probably.
Is there any case of checking that, or is that ridiculous, Eddie?
Yeah. I mean, if someone has
too many straights,
they're not to call? No, they just
I think they're just
not
rabbit
to
hunting.
make the nuts. If he calls, but he didn't call.
And pro minute is Finton trolling or that clueless. Really appreciate the comments, guys. Keep them coming. We've got our PLO cash specialist, Eddie Bravo, in the booth. So keep the questions coming. I'll guarantee you get an answer. It may not be the right one from me, but you'll certainly get answers from Eddie's side of the room. We're watching a 200, 200, 400 PLO Cash King special. And that's Joachim.
Okay, back to Renato. He was almost break even in this session. Almost. He was playing with 350,000, and now he's completely stuck again.
No one likes the ace, everyone. No one likes the kings, he had tens, jacks.
Sorry guys, I just turned the sound down there by accident. So we're just discussing Renato's day. 200 down, he went straight away, he went 200,000 down.
And John Jenner with the next nice hand. You have flop top set. And Leon had the gut shot. And the second flush draw on the flop. And now you have a pair of kings with all his draws.
And Ted Torn just asking how long is this stream going? Well, we were due to go till 2:30, but I think we're going to go longer. The game here is going to stay going. There's a good few viewers on. It's quite interesting what's going on here. So we're going to, once the action keeps going, we'll stay with you guys. Now, I'm told that Eddie's sound is low. Eddie, just give us a sound check there.
Yes, 1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Is that okay, guys? Just give me a nod there. Go again there, Eddie.
Yes, 1, 2, 1, 2.
No, your sound went dead there.
No?
Nice, thank you. Yeah. Sounds good for me. Okay,
Okay,
cool.
perfect.
Cool. I'm gonna pump you up because I'm too loud, Eddie. So I'm gonna turn mine down and turn yours up. How about that? So again, guys, that is a 200, 200, 400 PLO. We're live in King's Casino. Finton Gavin is my name. And I'm joined by Eddie Bravo, the cash game PLO specialist, who resides in Germany but spends a lot of days here in King's Casino in Rosvedov. He nods his head.
Very good to be here.
Confirms.
now the game heats really up. And
Renato 3-betting to 10,200.
and what I don't understand is when did John Jenner lose so much of his chips again? He had like 150.
Well, it was
behind.
huge. Remember the aces versus the king was 37k
Yeah,
pre-flop,
okay, yeah.
and he folded the flop obviously when the wolf and Renato got it all in. And
Renato had double gut shot now and hits the nuts.
if that's a heart, an ace of hearts,
King's 9-7.
Jenna acts first. It looks like he bet 17,000. He's put all in. If he's
You have to fold because
he's absolutely
he
nothing
was just
there.
bluffing.
Yeah.
I mean, you see that
It's
that
painful. It's painful.
It's not correct. So he have like 130,000 more than 130 behind, and not 33 behind. You know, John Jenner. I mean,
He must have reloaded again.
we don't know. I think he won this 100k pot. It was more than 100k, and then he won like 2 pots in a row. So it's unlikely that he didn't reload.
Okay, it's unlikely he reloaded. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And we'll get a list of the standings on the screen very soon, and it'll give us an idea. Who are you most impressed with at this? You know most of them, Eddie.
Yeah.
Probably for me, I think Josef has played a really good game. He's
He really plays solid. I
very
mean,
solid. I mean, extremely solid.
I'm most impressed of Leon because he hits very good at the beginning.
Yes, yes.
You know, and you know he's just playing like tight. He's playing still his game and ever lose some pots and not tilting and ever. So I think he have the biggest plus today, and for me is the player of the day. Not because of the result,
Yes.
but because of
He showed a lot of discipline. Yeah.
after
yeah.
he was like up.
And the scoreboard doesn't lie. They're the two guys, Leon and Josef Kurt from Vienna, Austria. They're the two guys in profit. Everyone else behind is Renato that's stuck big time here,
Yeah.
as is John Jenna.
Yachtman have now top and bottom pair, and John Jenner have straight and flush draws, and this could be bigger hand. So Renato have a pair and a gotcha and the flush draw.
And pair and a flush draw, and he's 4%. Unbelievable.
This is what I'm talking about. PLO is like to get it in against guys who you are dominating. And this is exactly the case.
And that's an
This is
action
Le-
killer.
Yes, and this is Leon's perfect card. He don't know it, but this is like his dream card.
What's winning here? Kings and nines with a 10
Yes.
kicker, yeah.
This is the cards they winning.
And Jenna scoops a pot at last. And just a point there, the graphics, the rabbit hunts are messing with the stacks. Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I think
That's the reason, yes.
that's a good point. Yeah, yeah. But they do reset them. They get them right. They're calculated
probably it would be the best to tell the players they are not allowed to rabbit hunt. You know.
You very rarely you see it here, you know. But they look as we stated earlier on this stream. This is for these guys are creating the buzz. They're creating the action. They're putting up vast amount of money, and it's us that's getting entertained by it.
Yes, of
They're
course.
perfectly entitled to do what they will. And
yes, but you know, when somebody told them and said when you rabbit hunt, it mess up the graphics and the chip counts and everything. I think they have understand and say, okay, then we can't, you know.
yeah. So the straddle now is to €1,600,
And Leon have a good hand to raise.
and pot announced straight away from Leon. $6,800, 8,400 in total. And it looks like Renato is called with the 3-7 Queen Jack. No surprise.
And yes, he is unlucky that Leon have like a hand that is crushing his hands. This is unlucky if Leon have like aces. I think it's still better than that he have like this specific hand.
And Leon flops middle pair, the straight draw and the flush draw.
And
Am I
Renato
right?
have two pair.
Two pair, okay, yeah, and
is
he's only
far behind.
36%. It's 10,000 bet. That's counterfeited the two pair,
This is very unlucky.
and Leon's going to scoop this.
Yes, someone is asking in German who is Kurt and where is he known from. He is the owner of the Bond Casino in Vienna. It's a small cash game casino, and yeah, he was like regular on the 10-10 and 20-20, 25-25 games before he ran the casino. So the casino is not that old. I think like maybe 3, 4, 5 years maximum. And yes, before this I know him from like organizing game, I think like private home games or whatever. But the casino, I think he owned like since 3 or 4 years.
He's playing. Eddie. He's on the go. I remember this guy 15 odd years ago. He's been around. He's been around quite a while.
Yeah.
And he knows what he's doing here.
That's true. Yes.
He knows exactly what he's doing. There's a straddle here to 1,600, but Renato makes it 6,000 with the Queen
With
10,
this garbage
8,
hand.
3.
This is really a garbage hand.
He's looking for action, Renato. He wants to get a gamble here, try and get his money back. And he's getting called here from the wolf on the button, who's hit that hard. Top two, but Leon has hit the clubs.
But Renato will barrel.
Renato
now.
has, yeah,
Just
his second
checking.
pair with a good shot in the back door, straight flush. So it's gone check around. The wolf has bet the pot.
And he gets the pot. So are we able to like show the chip counts?
Not from this. We're in the lower
Okay.
end of things. You know,
Okay, I understand.
all the fancy functionality and all that is upstairs, and the guys do that. But it comes up very regular. But I do like when they leave the graphic on for a while and see what the story is, because I think I think it's the main factor in a lot of this plays from different players, you know, and you know how much they're in for, what the story is, you know what I mean? But um, the main speaking point here is Leon, who's up 300k plus profit, and has given a real demonstration of discipline, really, hasn't he? He's played very smart and hasn't made too many mistakes, hasn't made any obvious mistakes. Renato is the one that's stuck big time. I think he's in for 340 or something like that. That's what I think he's in for.
If he not reloaded.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think he reloaded.
Okay.
Again,
okay. Oh,
one more
yeah.
time.
He's okay,
Yeah.
right. Okay. So we must be up near a million on the table at this stage. I think you're right. Yeah.
Someone asked about in German again about Markus Golzer, who was, one time maybe the best German PLO player. Like
Yes.
5-6 years ago, maybe 10 years ago. I don't know. And I really didn't see him. Not for like 5 years, 6 years. I just played once with him, I think at one EPT or whatever, and since then I didn't see him. So he's not regular here. I don't know if he is regular in German casino somewhere. He was running a German poker training site, but I think they closed it.
Right. Yeah.
Something like this. But after this, I never heard something again. So what we have here now?
Well, we've two pair, do we? 3-6. Yeah.
The Wolf has an interesting hand. So we have, I think, gut shot, 2 straight. No. No. Yeah, he have a gut shot with a 10, and the flush draw and a pair.
And that's the straight.
That's the straight for Leon. No, that's the straight for
5,
Kurt.
6, 7, 8, 9
Yeah.
for Kurt. Yeah. And the flush. He's hit the flush
Yeah, he
actually.
hit the flush, yes. Sorry guys, it's so late.
Yeah.
I really have to
keep
say,
us- keep-
I really have to say, it's getting harder and harder to follow the action. Yeah, the Wolf has just one pair. Is he thinking to bluff? No. Just checking if you have anything.
2 pair there, he snaps. But the 1 pair isn't strong enough. And Kurt building up again. Having a good session. Still a while to go, guys. We're going to be here another hour, I think, at least. That's the scoreboard. And look at Kurt, 75,000 in profit, but the story continues. Leon, 330,000 profit, and I had a quick glimpse at Renato, and it said minus 240,000. So that is the player standings at the moment.
But this is only if the counts are right. But we know that at one point when they make this rebutant, that Renato gets like chips on the stack added that he didn't really want, you know.
Oh, I get you. Yeah, yeah. So this is the minimum. Yeah.
So that's the minimum. It could be
Yeah,
more, but
could be
maybe
more,
it's
yeah.
maybe it's right. We don't know exactly. But now we had a lot of interesting hands here.
So it's a raise from Kurt with Ace King Queen 9, and it's a 3-bet from Renato, and the Wolf is going to play this. So it's going to be, and surely Leon gets out of the way here with the 2-4-9-6, and he does. He has a little smirk. He can't find himself to call there, and we're looking at almost 40,000 pre-flop. Kurt in position with the Ace King Queen 9, but it's the Wolf with the Kings and the Hearts, and 4-5. That's a huge flop for Renato.
Yeah.
He's flopped a wrap.
Yes, he's lucky that nobody have the wrap, the flush. That's why his rep is like I have so much equity at the moment. Even if he's still behind, he have like the most equity of all the players.
And the Wolf's going to dump the Kings. And Kurt will not continue either. So it looks like Renato.
The Wolf is in a bad position because he have like he have Yusuf behind him, and like a very solid player behind him.
And this is another rabbit hunt, it looks like. Yeah. And the straight came.
Yes,
nuts,
nuts.
Nuts in the end. And Renato scoops about 25k profit, but still 200,000 plus down for the day. You're watching a PLO special edition cash game. We're live from King's Casino in Rozvadov. The World Series of Poker Circuit event festival is happening right now here in King's. We have a main event, a 1500 plus 150, a 1650 buy-in. Kicks off next Friday, I believe, day 1A. Million guaranteed. And loads of opportunities to qualify here in Kings if you're in the region. Definitely worth a visit. You can bag your seat for as little as €100 thereabouts, Eddie.
Yeah, there are a lot of satellites.
A lot of sats. Cash games. Get in one of these 2-2, 5-5 PLO games. You can spin up your 200 up to 1500. If you take Eddie Bravo's advice.
That's the best satellite you can play, I think.
Yeah, I mean, how many times you make the decision, you're like,
when
there's 1,000 tournament with $1 million guaranteed, and it goes on for like 4 days or something, and then you go, hold on a minute, do I really want to do that? Or look, what about this juicy cash game that I can just play for like 5-6 hours, and do you know what I mean?
Yes. One time I busted like after the bubble, min cashed at a tournament for like 1.5k or something like this, and another friend, he was playing one more day, and he got like 12 or something like this for 3.5k.
Yeah, I mean the jumps are so small.
So like he played like, okay, that's still huge money. I mean 2k more, but at this day I was first very tilt after busting bad at the tournament, and then I go like to massage, and then I go play PLO, and I win like, I don't know, 12k or something like this, and my friend
after grinding
the tournament is getting
so many
deep,
players,
he was like then really tilted because I make more money than him, waiting for him.
Sure, this is the attraction of the cash games, and
yeah.
I mean, it's the problem with the tournaments that you can grind for days on end and, beat massive fields and literally just come back. I mean, the smaller buy-in tournaments are the ones that really crush the soul. I mean, these small buy-ins, but your X's are big. You're in the hotel for 3 or 4 days.
Yes.
You've already spent €500-600 just walking around, and you're in like a 200 tournament, and you know what I mean. You beat most of the field, and you only get like 600 or 700 back. I mean, it's just very discouraging,
This the party poker tournaments here, where we had 4.5k entries one time, and one
That's
time like
incredible. It's incredible.
I run this tournament very deep all the time. Like one time I get 60s, and one time I get like, I don't know, 30s, and it was always like that, But I have to say, when you get deep in the tournament, it's so much fun. It's so cool.
It's brilliant.
And
yeah, you cannot beat that buzz. Making that final table.
And you are like, it's different than cash games,
Yes.
You have always like this. If you were sitting on a roller coaster,
Yeah.
You can bust every second, and it's that's the best feeling.
Yeah, I mean the tournaments, the drama, and the buzz. The deeper you go in the tournament, I mean, it's just hard to beat that excitement.
I'm not a tournament pro, whatever. I couldn't make a living of this.
Yeah,
for sure. But since I realized this for me, busting is like not not that bad anymore. You know, you have to enjoy when you play. When you sit down, you have thankful that you can be like that you're there, that you're still in the tournament, and when you begin like to enjoy these moments, it feels I think easier when you bust
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
you know busting is always bad. I will tell you a story. We're playing an Omaha tournament, and my friend Sebastian Langrock, you know him?
Yes,
He won
yes.
Brexit. And like we were four-handed, and we decided to make a deal. It was Marek Blaszko,
Yeah.
Sebastian Langrock, and one other guy, I don't know his name, and me. I get the biggest chunk of the money. Then Marek Blaszko and the other guy busted, and my friend Sebastian Langrock and I, we were heads up.
Okay.
Then we decided to make another deal.
Another deal, heads up. Yeah.
And so it was no more money on the line, or just
Very
really
little.
nothing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, I make him an offer. I said, for the photo, for the winner photo,
Both of you in the photo. no?
I give you, I don't know, another 200 or whatever. And he said, no, I want to play for the trophy. And so we played for the trophy, and I was like the biggest winner in this tournament when
Yes.
you look at the cash.
Course,
I get-
course.
But then he sucked me out twice. I get it in Omaha like really good twice, and he sucked me out twice. And I was still really tilted, even it was just this
I know,
fucking
because you want
trophy,
yeah,
you know?
Yeah. And that, I think that's kind of cool, Eddie, you know, because I'm like that as well. I like, even tournaments I play quite a few smaller tournaments in Ireland now. I mean, it's great festivals over there. Every week, every second week, there's a decent sized tournament, you know. Maybe for 100, 200 buy-in, there could be 100 grand or whatever, you know. But any of these tournaments, I always say, well, is there a trophy? You know what I mean? Even for the smaller side events at the festivals, is there a trophy? Like, you know, that really motivates me.
Yeah, me
And
too.
I
too.
think it's kind of cool. I
But
think it is.
you had some successes last year, right? You
Yeah, a few pretty good record in hold'em tournaments. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about there. You know, when you're the winner money-wise, the EPT Barcelona 10 years ago, I was runner-up to Sebastian Ruttenberg. You know, but we did a deal three-way where I got the most money. You know, and there was still money on the line. You know, when we played out three-handed or whatever, and Sebastian won it in the end. But I ended up getting more money than him, you know. But he got the trophy, he got the glory, and you know, I always think, you know, things would be different if I didn't make that deal. I think, you know. But anyway, so be it.
Okay.
But yeah,
let's
no.
go back here.
Yeah,
Leon
let's-
have aces, and he's three betting. But what happens now? The other guys not really have a hand. The wolf have like double suited trash.
So the action is with Renato, is that correct? With the jacks he's called. That's 6,000.
Yes, that's
800
8,400
over.
That's
Yeah.
exactly 8,400. 8,400.
5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's 8. Sorry, 8-4. Yeah. So the action with the wolf. Yeah. And the wolf has come, and John Jenna has called with the 5, 7, 8, 9, and it's four-way here. 34,000. Could get messy with Leon and Renato. Look at the size of their stacks. Look at the wolf is over 100. As does John Jenna, and it's a massive flop here for Renato.
It's not
And
that massive. I
John
mean,
Jenna.
It's not that massive. It's okay. You have like the gut shot.
Leon is
For the nut
blocking the
straight.
for the straight flush. Yeah, Leon blocking that.
And a jack high flush. It's not like it's okay, but
He's betting 30,000 out. The wolf's going to fold, and
And Leon is fearless. He is
John-
betting without the nut or the nut blocker. If just naked aces, he's yeah. Oh, he have a gut shot, but like this gut shot when someone when he hits this gut shot, someone easy make like the better straight, but because Jack 10 is like the range when you are multi-way. Jack 10, Queen Jack 10, Queen Jack 10 9. This is always like cards. This is very likely in the range of the of your opponent.
So it looks like Leon has continued on the flop here for 30,000. Renato was called. There's almost 100,000 in, and now the Wolf with the up and down straight is considering. This is going to be a huge pot because I think Jenna. I think Jenna stays around here.
I don't know.
2 pair, good shot.
Probably, I don't know. I really don't know what he will do. But against 3 other opponents, his hand is really, really hard to continue. Because which card do you really want to see on the turn?
Yeah.
You want to see a 9? No. If someone have queens, like
you're completely dead. Yeah, yeah.
Wow. This is a very good card for Renato because now we have the second nuts. And he can still make straight flush.
And Renato shows the diamonds to Leon.
Yeah, Renato, this time the bet was okay. He could check, but the bet was okay because Leon's range is queens, or he have queens in his range, so he could continue there.
Kings.
Yeah, kings, queens, but more likely is queens. And Renato was now unlucky that he haven't one of these.
I would pay.
Of course you would.
I would pay 100%.
Stay with us, guys. We're here for another hour, bringing you all the action. And it's John Jenna on the button with the Kings. John Jenna from Sweden. He's down, I believe, about 110,000. And Renato, he's still minus 160, but it's getting, the news is a little better for him. He was down 240,000. That's a set, middle set for Leon, and I'll guarantee he'll bet this out.
Renato have the second nut flush and sixes. He will probably give Leon action. Just calling. The Wolf calls as well, and the and John Jenna calls.
Did that
off.
just go check around? I think that was
a very
checked
good
around.
card for Leon. Yeah, no, I think he bet 3,000, and they called. This is a very good card for Leon because John Jenner could call him down now with like kings and deuces. I don't think that he will fold.
Jenna goes at it again, and Leon's not going anywhere.
I think this is a mistake. He have a clear check behind. He has so much showdown value, and he will get the worst news now. Leon is just calling.
And he's got the maximum there, Leon.
Yes. And John Jenner said, hey, how it's possible that you're just calling? I mean, the only hand that beats you is sevens. Nines come on the river, so we don't count the nines. It's only sevens. Yes, and the reason is Leon is far behind.
Ahead. Yeah.
And
Wants to maintain.
Yeah, that's why he said, hey, when I raise and he goes all in, I have to call, and I want to win a 60k pot then instead of losing a 200k pot, you know?
I think Jenna is saying to Leon, if you do raise, I think you're gonna be bluffing in that spot, and I might call you. I think that's what he's saying, but he could be winding him up. Yeah, I found that unusual that he bet with the kings there, Eddie.
Again?
I found it unusual that he bet with the kings when it was checked around to him.
Clear mistake.
But what I mean, was he bluffing?
Yes,
no, he was value betting.
He have really a really good hand with a lot of showdown value, and let's get through the hands that are calling and that he is ahead. So the best second hand is queens, right?
Yes.
Is queens really
going to call there?
Call?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
So
maybe Renato may call with queens.
No, even not Renato is calling with queens. I mean, Renato is not made so much like stupid calls when you watch the evening. It was mostly like that they get it in and whatever. But so this in this case, I'm really sure that it's a big mistake.
In his defense, Leon completely disguised his hand. I thought he would bet out. It would be typical play from Leon, flopping a set there to bet it out in a multi-way pot. He he does that quite often. I've seen him, building up the pot. But he checked it, and I think he went check on the turn as well. Am I right? Leon, checked on the turn. So it looked. I mean, Leon's hand was completely disguised. It really was,
If he put Leon like on a cap range like aces, if pretty sure that Leon have aces there very often, or maybe kings as well, then he could turn his hand in a bluff. That's something different.
No, I don't know. He definitely wasn't bluffing there.
He was value betting.
Yeah,
for sure. And in this case is a big mistake.
Yeah. And we're going to see part two now, because it's Leon versus John Jenna yet again, and the diamonds, king 3 of diamonds with the 9 of spades, 2 pair for Leon. And Jenna folds his good shot. Very impressive today, this man stacking the chips. I actually can't remember him losing a pot.
He
one or two small ones to Renato.
He loses always some small pots.
Yeah.
He was up like 40, 50k more than now. But he avoids like situation where he could lose more by smartly like just check calling and keeping the pot small.
Well, he's up to 350k. That's his peak, I think. And I believe he's in for 20. So a 330,000 euro profit for this cash game session tonight. Renato is in the hole for 170 or 80,000. John Jenna from Sweden, highly successful businessman, absolute gentleman, really good for the game, this guy. Real win, lose or draw, he really has a good attitude.
Yes,
but it's going pretty bad for him tonight, but he's flopped a set here.
or actually trips.
Trips with the ace kicker. And no action for Jenna with trips and the max kicker. Six-handed still here, guys. Jackman seat 1, the Wolf seat 2, John Jenna from Sweden seat 3. Then directly across from the dealer we have Josef Kurt from Vienna, Austria. And in your screen right there is Leon Sorkinik, the creator and owner of Kings, big winner here today. And completing the lineup is Renato, Bosnia-Herzegovina. And Kurt is on the straddle here with the ace, queen, 10-10. Do you like this hand, Eddie?
Yes, that's definitely a hand that I open raise, but he's on the small blind, and you had like this case before.
He's
No,
actually
no,
on the
no,
straddle.
I'm sorry. He is
He's
under the gun. I'm sorry.
yeah. Well,
yes,
he's ran into aces here. He's going to call the 4,000, and
the wolf will call as well.
Yeah.
And
Jackman is in there.
Yachtman, I don't like the call. I told before you have the gap, and the hand is not good in multi-way. It's not playing that well.
And the Wolf is going to call a bet here, 6,000. Top pair, top kicker, backdoor straight,
And,
backdoor, always the good shot as well.
I fold on the hand set of deuces.
Yes, Leon folded 3 deuces,
And there was the deuce on the
and
floor.
it was the case deuce on the flop.
That's the scoreboard. That is the
Yes.
player standings for the evening.
Amazing.
Renato, 170,000 behind.
JPJ 60k behind.
John Jenna, 100,000 behind. The Wolf is 25,000 behind.
But I make a prediction, like it's always like Jan Peter is stuck, and shortly before the end, he get like a 5-way all in, and
Completely
somehow
flips.
he
Yeah,
somehow he scoops.
I've seen that a few times.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really and this happens really often, and it happens really often in the streams as well. So I make a prediction that it will happen today as well. Did he get it in like some hands before the end of the stream, and he will be up like 80k at the end.
Having a bad day, Jackman. But still plenty of time to turn this around. 1 or 2 hands can
Yeah.
literally move hundreds of thousands from one stack to another. And Kurt here in the big blind with the kings and queens.
Yeah, really nice.
And he's made a 4,000, and his raise is going to should get respect. Leon calls, so
I mean,
Jack
this
963
is
and
so
Renato.
garbage hand.
Renato, not surprisingly, as he so very often does call. And there's not much going on here for anyone. There's a pair, backdoor hearts for Leon, 34%. You'd never think that.
This is a very excellent card for Renato because
Oh,
he can
beautiful.
bluff
He's
now.
yes, he's the clubs and he's blocking the.
I mean, the clubs is not really like the hand you want to know, because it's just 9 high, you are dominated, but now you're blocking like the nut straight, so you can bluff big, and even if
Oh,
someone
look at
calls
this,
you,
and that's what he
it's-
does. He puts a
yeah.
full stack in.
That's how you play the hand.
And you're going to see the kings fold out. The best hand is Straight away, just mucks away, and Leon.
And now we come to poker psychology. Leon probably will fold because
Oh, 100%.
Renato,
Yeah.
Renato is his friend.
Yeah.
He is big winner. He don't have to make like a close call.
Yeah. But he has nothing here, Eddie.
Yes, even
Leon.
if you have like top pair,
Yeah, of course,
bottom
course.
two or
Yeah.
whatever, like hence he would maybe sometimes call. I think like Renato, no, you know, he will not. You understand what I mean?
Totally,
Like,
totally. And a pretty smart bet. The 2 5s blocking the nuts. And if he does get called, you know,
Yeah,
he has the
insurance.
backup of the flush
Yeah.
draw. And all the 10s are out here. And the aces again for John Jenna. We've seen him pick up the aces 3 or 4 times.
no, I
in
think
the last
more,
hour.
6, 7 times. he could.
Really? Wow. Yeah.
But he didn't win like really big pots with the aces.
Yeah. And Renato here with the 7 9 10 jack.
This is a nice rundown. It would be perfect when it would be double suited, but okay.
And Leon has a playable hand, 6 6 8 king.
Yes, it looks playable, but it's really a garbage hand. For beginners, I wouldn't recommend to play hands like this. It looks good. You can make this, but these are the trouble hands. This always bring you in trouble, these hands, this kind of hands.
And look what happens just as you say it. He's flopped bottom set.
And
he's
he's really lucky.
He is, yeah,
That's-
because the clubs
yeah.
aren't out there, and he's blocking. The king is
And he's lucky
blocking
that's,
the
no, that-
Renato straight.
yeah, there's nobody have a bigger,
Yeah.
a bigger set.
And he's missed every time, John Jenna, with the aces.
But he have the nut blocker.
He
I
has
will-
the Lone Ranger.
I-
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. But look at Leon. It's
he-
just
he could
bottom
bluff
set.
here.
Leon bets out.
He could bluff here.
I don't think he's going to get Leon off the hand. Renato.
He will probably call. He has the up and down straight draw. He's so much stuck.
Jenna folds. He knows he can't pull a move on these guys. They're just not afraid to call. And now we've 72,000 in the pot, and it's Renato versus Leon. And the 4 is a safe card for Leon. He's going to blast at this again. There's no doubt he's going to pot it. End the pot. It's so draw heavy. There we have 50 odd thousand, it looks like. $55,000. He's not going to call this, Eddie.
Probably. I really can't predict what he will do because, like, he is Renato. You have the money. He is minus. Probably do something stupid and maybe it turns very good because sometimes it's the ways people play stupid. They play wrong and they get honored or they get rewarded for like playing wrong. It's part of the game.
55,000 euro. This is real money. He's drawing to 3 kings. And 3 8s.
4 8. He have M1 8, yeah.
Leon
But
blocking.
you can't know that. Can't know what
Course,
Leon have,
course.
you know?
But I mean, Leon could have the clubs with the bigger straight draw. I mean, the king could kill him, you know.
Leon could easily have Ace King 10. And
with
then
clubs.
with clubs, then he can't win anymore. He can just chop.
I'd be really surprised if he calls this. And he does fold eventually.
Have a spade. Likes to play a spade. And a bluff. I have ace alone flush. I have ace club. I have ace club alone. I want to call
I think Renato is topping up here, Eddie, again.
Yeah. Topping up, or he quits. You have no reason to top up because you have so much money behind. The only
It's like
player he's not covering is Leon.
Leon, yeah, but I think that's
I don't think so.
I
Probably he quits.
maybe. We're watching a 200, 200, 400 PLO. We're live here, guys, coming from King's Casino in the heart of Europe. Finton Gavin is my name. I'm joined by Eddie Bravo.
Okay. Yes, someone in the chat is asking, is this a private cash game or whatever? No, it's really public, and if you are here and want to play, believe me, Leon will not say that you are not able to play. So you are very, very welcome. If you have
Absolutely.
the bankroll and you want to play with these guys, everybody can come and play.
So Kurt has a beautiful starting hand here, Eddie.
Yes.
The A10, Jack King, 2 suits on the button.
I like.
He makes it 3,300.
Renato sends.
Renato 3-bets.
It
I
would
mean,
be
he's
very
just
nice as well.
pure action, but he's absolutely crushed here.
Look, Leon's hand
Well,
is,
they want each other's cards, Renato and
Yeah.
Kurt.
look at the equity Leon has.
It's incredible.
Because he's dominating Kurt's hand.
And this is going to be a 55k pot pre.
So we need
52,000.
medium cards.
I mean, Leon could never figure that he's 50% here against the two opponents with all the action. 52k in the pot, and it looks like it's a lot of paint out there, Eddie, which would suit Kurt and Leon.
I mean, this is a good flop for everybody. If Renato could have a straight, so it's bad that we don't see what's there exactly.
Not really sure what's happening, guys. Just bear with us while we get the graphics. 52,000 in pre-flop. King, Queen, top 2 pair for Leon. 3 pairs for Leon. He's blocking all the sets.
And Yusuf Kurt have top pair and open ender.
This is huge.
Renato still only have the gut shot and the pair.
This is going to be it. This is the 280,000 pot that we spoke about. No, can't get that big, can it? Be a 200,000 pot.
It's possible.
No, with Renato out, it'll be 200k pot. the 22 behind.
Yeah, they're now to
And
fold
this
it.
is like 4 pairs for Leon with the clubs.
And Yusuf Kurt can't fold.
It's a-
Can't fold. It's not
Yeah,
possible.
I
It's
mean,
just 22 behind.
it's sick stuff, really, isn't it?
Yeah,
But he's still live. He's still cards he can hit. The club is a bad card for him. Leon blocking all the sets here. 4 pairs.
I have four pairs and a flush draw.
and the flush draw. Yes, you have the flush draw.
Four pairs and flush draw.
Only 4 cards. Only 4 cards to win. That's 9 no club.
Non-club
Oh, you make the
full house. Full house.
What the? And this was not the 500k pot.
No, but that's
That's the 200 and
yeah. It's
No,
not.
no, no.
It's
Wait a
two.
second.
It's 240. 240k.
240k. Yes.
240k. Wow, what a wipeout. What can he do there? It was checked around him on the button,
I think
on the flop. I mean, he's committed once he bets it, obviously, but. And you can see,
I'm really
Yusuf.
curious if Yusuf Kurt will rebuy
buy for 20,000, yeah,
20K
that'd
again.
be kind of peculiar, wouldn't it? With given the stack sizes. So, Leon is up almost 500,000. I think it's about 470,000.
Yeah, he's 480k in front, so he's winning like 460,000. That's
What a night's work. What a night's work. Go into work.
yeah, it's
What, for 500,000?
Sometimes it's
Huh?
amazing.
It's
Last
so
week-
cool.
Last week I was
Yeah.
here the whole weekend. I was like, couldn't win one session. I was happy to go home with just 3k minus, because I really didn't hit anything.
Yeah.
And then I go home to a home game, and I didn't lose one hand in the whole night, and I playing with one buy-in and win like 3.5k. So sometimes it's like that. You have like this run. And if you have to run, you have to play. Some people, they winning like a small amount, and then they starting playing scared and don't play a hand anymore and staying up. I think if you have this rush, you should use it to make like a really big winning session.
And I think it is just 20,000 that Kurt reloaded. It was just the 20,000, yeah. He reloaded for.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean, it's make no sense that he reload for 50 or 60k. This is Omaha. He could still win a three-way pot, have 60k,
And
then
60,
win,
then double up
then
to
double
100k.
up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
be good for the day, yeah. I mean, it's showing Leon stack at 480. He's in for 20, so 460 profit. It's quite remarkable.
This is now interesting hand again. Leon have two up and downs. So and the flush. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
was it
John
the
Jenner's
flush?
hit
Yeah,
the
John
king
Jenner
high
hit the
flush,
flush.
yeah.
Leon is just a pair, so
And Leon showing exactly what you made a comment on. I'm two up and down, says Leon. How can I?
yeah.
Up
But
and down and
yeah,
up and
but
down.
what he oversees is that one card
Yeah,
is
completely
hitting
dead,
both.
yeah.
Like the 8
Yeah, okay.
is out for the lower up and down and the higher up and down. So he had something like 13 outs, I think.
And Wazel Basil just asking, is the crocodile in the building? You actually missed him. He was here not too long ago. Played a Omaha session about 10 days ago. And we're on hand 99. We're coming towards the end of the stream, Eddie, but we're going to be here another little while.
So after the stream, these guys will play private for sure, right?
Yeah, they always
do.
keep going. Yeah, but they don't like they don't mind. I mean, in fairness, the players aren't getting paid for this. You know, they just do it because they're friends. They're invited, and you know, there's no rake on this. You know, they get treated well.
Yeah, to be honest, like the maximum rake in this casino is 20 euros.
Yeah.
And when you play that big,
it's nothing.
It's really,
I mean,
the rake is not really the reason why they play. You know?
Yeah.
On the live stream, all of these guys like to play because this is the big game. One reason. Second reason is, I think they enjoy to be on the stream.
Definitely, Eddie. Yeah.
Of course, for Leon, it's marketing. And the other guys, I think, just enjoy to be seen in this game. When you look like the Joe Ingram stream or Jane Ennis, PLO hands, whatever, there are so many hands from these games, you know?
Yeah.
And it's Leon saying,
yeah, it's brilliant. He's saying that Kurt is not used to losing. That's what he's saying, I think. And he goes, we have to win sometimes. But in fairness, I haven't seen Leon on a losing session in a while. Now, obviously, I'm not following all the sessions, you know, but the few random ones I did see.
Yes, Leon is living from this image he have, you know, as a
loose gambler, and he's
gambler.
But and it's the perfect image to have if you want to get paid off, you know.
Yeah. But we don't know what happens like behind closed doors, you know. There are so many private games he play here in the casino.
Correct.
Like nobody follows what he really wins and loses.
I think it's funny the way Leon's given out that Kurt is he's not used to losing, you know. It's kind of funny. This is a massive card.
So the Wolf have the set.
Three, yeah, and
the flash draw.
Three players are on the heart draw.
Straight draw with the 5. Yeah, that would play the hand very good. So you have 2 pair. He blocks this nuts. I think when he bets again, he will get it. Wolf
Wolf check calling here.
Check calling,
yeah.
But this is always a mistake when you count your money this way, because he's thinking now when I call and I'm wrong, then I'm stuck this and stuck that, and you should never think about this. You should just think, is this the right call or the bad call?
Brilliant point,
No?
Eddie. Yeah. Brilliant point. You got to size up your opponent, look at the board, go through the hand. Annie. The wolf called it, and Jenna,
You can't believe that
can't
he
believe
takes
he
so
called.
long.
you can't believe it.
No, I must play. I have not out one.
Three guys pay.
I've said.
Hey, this is good. Not easy.
What do you have? You have three? You lose. I have said. What should I do?
You will set. You have to play.
Nice pot, and it's
This is a
really
this is
it's
a huge
140K pot.
turnaround for the wolf right at the end of the session here.
Yeah, he wasn't stuck so much at the end because he won this one big pot, but now he's definitely.
What do you say? Don't nobody have 4-5? 2-3 jack.
I think like 40-50K ahead.
Go like this many times, you lose for sure. But this you feel maybe something.
I think the wolf and Leon are the only winners by my mathematics, but I could be wrong. No, Jenna's down big, Renato's down, Yakman's down, Kirk is down now after that massive pot against Leon.
Blob is 2-3 jack. Rainbow. He bet, 3 guys call. For sure somebody have 4-5. Yeah, I know you have a flash.
So the wolf is playing 180,000. I'm not really too sure how much he's in for.
I think 100K is in. Something like this. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But Yakman here. Yakman
Push me 600,000 in set. I need four.
pots it here. 5,400.
I have 3-7. So you push 600,000 on turn.
I'm after missing this. I think Yakman just flat called. Is that right?
That's not possible.
I think he did. You know, I think he just flat called.
Yeah, he first flat call and now we will raise for sure.
Yeah.
He have 25K behind. He can almost put it in.
Oh, it's going. It's all going in. There's no doubt about it.
Just question is 800. He was calling 800. How make 54,000? Just
Yeah. That's
He's
he's put
already
it in the pot. Yeah,
my
he's
spot
put it
bet
in.
here. How much was that? How? It's 800, 800, 800 times. I don't know what the. How possible? So was accepted. But it's okay. But your report is accepted. Yeah, it's only maybe afterwards.
So the only thing here now is Renato. Is he in for the 3-bet from Yachman?
It's not possible.
It's not possible for Renato to call.
Renato, yes, but
Yeah.
the wolf, sorry.
Yeah. So what happened here is Yachman limped with the aces. He just flat called the 800 straddle with the aces, and then John Jenna from Sweden made it 5,400. Renato flat called, and then Yachman 3-bets to.
It was 5,000.
How is possible? 8, 8, 8 plus 8. 4,000. Yeah, so.
That was okay.
4,000.
I mean, they're it's all semantics here now because they're all calling the 3-bet pre.
800, 800, 800.
Oh, okay, I get it now. Jenna didn't raise there at all. He thought he was just calling a raise.
Yeah.
Plus 5 times, 4,000 plus 400. That's correct. So 4, 4, 4, 4, and now you calculate from 4, 4. Is that correct? But doesn't matter.
I don't think Yachman's going to be too happy with this.
Calculate 4,400 here.
the real pot not have to be 23. It have to be 5 times 44. I think still it's have to be right then. When it calls,
Nothing happened yet. The floor mentioned I don't think it's right. I will call the floor, whatever it is. I just call 20,000. Doesn't matter, but the right all money should be correct. What I say something wrong?
You don't say something wrong, but
The flop, I didn't do the pot yet.
It's hard to call this, Eddie. What do you think? I think Jenna put out the 54, and then it was called. There's too much action there. I think Yakman's entitled to.
so the problem is that the dealer calculate the first 3-bet wrong. Then there was a call by Renato, and then Jan Peter make the 4-bet and or the 3-bet, and the no, it's the 4-bet, right? That was John Jenner was 3-betting, he was 4-betting, and because they calculate the first time wrong, they get a much bigger amount now. They discussing about that John Jenner said, okay, I call, but the right amount is just 18 or 19 and not 23. And you can say this makes no difference, but it makes difference because it's 4K. For 4K you go to a nice holiday trip with your girlfriend.
Absolutely. And everyone having their say except Renato.
Yeah.
It's just like and Renato's hit the nut flush draw and 2 pair top 2 for John Jenna, and the good shot straight with the overpair for Yakman. But Yakman is too much in here, obviously. The 7K is going in.
Yes, he's in.
And I think you're going to see a lot. This is going to be a big pot.
But you will see, Yakman will win this pot because this could be the pot of what I said.
You say at the end of the night he always gets it in, and
he gets it in bed now. I mean, you have to call you just 7,000 for like 85, 91,000.
so basically John Jenna from Sweden is putting it. They're saying put it. They're they want to put in the 7 each to cover Yakman, get Yakman's in the main pot, and then they're saying we're
Build a big side pot, yes.
a little bit tense out there.
That will be the biggest pot of the night.
How big is this pot? 275,000. Is that right?
Yes.
You called it, Eddie. You said 280.
Yeah, but it could be just 240.
Yeah.
Total.
400, 200, 240. Yeah. So Yakman's in bad shape, really. It's John Jenna.
Yakman needs a 3 or a king or an ace.
I have to accept 2 times. Okay, 2 times. She burned. Open 2 times. 2 times.
So the 8-9 scoops that. That's John Jenna for first half of the pot. And the clubs for John Jenna again. So that's a full scoop for John Jenna. Is that right, Eddie?
That's right. And that's really the biggest pot of the night. And we will see exactly the size of the pot, because after we know how much
Whatever,
money
whatever Jenna's
have.
stack size, yeah.
That's the size of the pot.
And
I predict it have to be like 240, I think, when I calculate right.
good recovery from John Jenna from Sweden.
Yes.
And a lot of controversy in that hand. I'm not sure what happened at the beginning. I thought that John Jenna potted it. It was an 800 straddle. Yakman flat call. I thought Jenna potted it. That's what I thought, to 5,400. But I think it was an overbet. The dealer said 54.
Yeah, and it just was 44.
Okay.
So
They were
it
looking
was
to take
800.
4,000.
It was 4,000. 400 have to be, yes.
No, it was, yeah, it was less. Okay, so if it's 2, 4, 8, 8 flat, okay. So then the pot's 3 8s, 24, 24 and 8, 32, 32 and 6,
It's not 60.
38.
No,
Yeah, the 400 and 200.
Yeah,
Yeah. And 200.
and 200. So it's
38. 3,800, no?
4. Okay.
3,800.
Yeah.
So that's what the argument, it was 54 the dealer said. I think that was the argument, yeah. Yeah, because he was saying there was 4,000 extra in the pot. There shouldn't have been by the time it got around to Yakman when he
4,000 I said.
Yeah.
So here did he say? But whatever.
Same result, Eddie.
At the end,
They were all,
it makes no
yeah.
difference. The money gets in just earlier, but it was still a nice hand, but not nice for Renato and Jan Peter.
So that is some turnaround for John Jenna.
And
And now
and Renato
Renato was
reloads
after reloading
200.
for 200,000. He's down
No, he's
320,000.
really pissed off.
Every first hand, all the time you make mistakes.
You can feel the tension. And look at this guy. It's not a. Doesn't seem to be a bother on him, Eddie. He doesn't seem perturbed whatsoever. He's in the hole for 300,000 for the evening. Yakman reloaded for 50,000. So there's well over $1 million on this table at the moment. Well over $1 million. We just witnessed a 270 odd thousand euro pot. Lines are 200, 200, 400. PLO cash game. Finton Gavin is my name. Right next to me is Eddie Bravo. And that in your screen is Cash Kings live from Razvedov. A lot of controversy that last hand. We eventually got through it. I mean,
So John Jenner have if this is right, you have 250k.
yeah,
So-
but look what's in the pot. How much did he put in pre? He put 5k in pre, no?
Yeah.
So 255 was the pot. Yeah,
If
that's
this is right.
you.
this
Yeah,
is
you called it. You called it. 255.
So tomorrow when they bring the Guinness,
Yes.
they have to cool it up,
Okay.
and then
My round.
I will look for you.
Absolutely, my round.
But it's not over. Renato bought in again for 200. He have like 230k, and Leon and John Jenner could like cover him, and we could see a 500k pot. Can happen.
Leon, flop top 2. And Renato has turned the flush draw with the wheel draw. And now the queen comes for the straight, is that right?
No,
No, straight, no.
you have just top to pair.
Yeah.
Leon now have something like 500k, and he won it with just 20k buy-in. Jan Peter is stuck 100k and he can still enjoy his food. So we're close to the end, I think.
Absolutely, that's the information that's coming down from upstairs. I believe this game is going to continue, but the guys want it off the cameras, and I can understand that, Eddie. You know,
Yes.
the stakes are pretty high. They don't want, you know.
To be honest, I mean, I played a couple of these live streams, and when you play there, it's very hot because all of the lights
Yes.
and everything.
Yes, of course.
I have to say I'm not really enjoying like the atmosphere. So that's maybe another reason they want just to play private on, like, get a massage girl, get some drinks, whatever, offside the camera.
Yeah, and it's always less tense. You know, in the private area where they go to, no cameras.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No, you know.
I mean, they have a private room here with a sauna,
Yes.
a private
yes.
gaming room. I was never there. I just heard.
Yes.
It have
I
a
know
sauna.
yeah.
What's it have?
Sauna. Yeah.
A bar,
Yeah.
and I don't know.
Yeah. It's in the.
That's enough. I mean,
Yeah. It's
I mean,
VIP
you're gambling and you say, okay, I have to go to make my my sweating. Okay, that's our last hand.
What a session we've just witnessed here. Cash Kings PLO. And there's going to be plenty of this over the next several weeks. We're going to be staying with you right through the WSOP circuit, right into the World Series of Poker Europe. Several of these Cash King sessions are scheduled, so keep tuned in. I think we may be back tomorrow, actually, so you will get a notice, you'll get the email. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook. Information will be out there. We're watching Jan Peter Jachmann here, and this is quite incredible here, isn't it? They both have the same hands.
Yeah.
Both are. No,
Jachmann's is much better,
yeah.
but the equity
But
is
it's-
running very close
Yeah.
because John Jenner had Jack 10 as well.
With the Jack 10, and that's clubs for both, club draw for both. That's massive.
This could
It's
be.
massive.
So Jachmann had
Yeah, 50
a
grand.
red.
This is all going in here.
30 notes for the straights plus the flush draw, and
I
then had
mean,
the
yeah.
gut shot.
I mean, this is incredible, really.
Yeah. This could be the hand how Jan Peter maybe can get even close to even.
But he's a 2-to-1 dog here.
That's a
And
very
this
bad
is
card.
sick. And he's blocking the straight flush, Leon.
Oh,
And Leon's
that's
checked
too
it
far.
back. How deceptive is that? But the board pairs, so it might slow things down. Jachmann checks. Leon has to value here.
No,
10,000 value
he
bet.
lost so much value on the turn.
And Jachmann would be delighted in a way, even though he's lost a pretty sizable pot,
Yeah.
that how he still has money behind. And that brings Leon well over the $500,000 mark. And we will get the standings as these players move off the TV table to the outer part of the room. And there we go, 70,000 Yakmans down. The Wolf 85,000 profit. And look at John Jenna, 52,000 profit. And Kurt, almost 20,000 profit. Leon, 470,000 profit.
Curtis
Which
stacked 20,000.
Which means that Renato was down almost 400. Is that correct?
Yeah, something like this.
Guys, what a pleasure. I'm going to be signing off. My friend Eddie Bravo.
Bye
Be
bye.
back. Yeah.
Bye bye.
We're
Good
gonna
luck, everybody.
We'll see you soon. Keep tuned. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.